used to be that America's rundown hotels and creepy basements and abandoned fairgrounds were relatively peaceful places for ghosts to moan and shake their chains and whatnot, but not anymore, because one team of paranormal trackers is on a mission to uncover the otherworldly in the scariest places on Earth. And ABC's own Lindsay Davis got in on the spooky action.
Why don't you follow me?
It's the middle of the night, and I'm in the basement of a house on Staten Island chasing ghosts.
I'm not scared. I am a little unnerved.
Though I probably look as though I've already seen one.
Can you please come up to her and speak into the device that she's holding in her hand?
At first I laughed to disguise my fear, but not long after,
I heard something upstairs.
my skin begins to crawl. The hair on the back of my neck
We gotta go, quick.
is standing straight up. In the midst of the scariest, most notorious, purportedly haunted places in the world, you'll find these three brave souls, Zach, Nick, and Aaron.
Yeah, it definitely gives off a high spike. I have 150% believing behind there is life after death. Because I seen an actual figure standing 2 feet in front of my face that scared the living daylights out of me. And we all have. Zach and Aaron both, we're all believers now.
They're investigators of paranormal activity that pride themselves on debunking myths and collecting evidence with dusk to dawn lockdowns.
You have to come with us like you're doing tonight.
And somehow they've managed to talk me into tagging along for their latest investigation at Snug Harbor in Staten Island, New York. An investigation that would eventually leave me standing in a darkened attic all alone with nothing but a camera and a high-frequency microphone in the hopes that I'd capture a spirit talking to me.
Is there anyone in here?
To figure out how I ended up there, we should probably start back at the beginning. Zach Baggins is a documentarian turned ghost hunter who says he not only sees dead people, but talks to them.
When I see these buildings, I don't look at empty buildings. I see time capsules that hide secrets of the past, okay? These secrets, they're spirits. They're unrested. We've set up 4 cameras here in these areas where things have happened, and tonight when it gets dark, these will turn into night vision.
Snug Harbor was created in 1831 as a refuge for sailors. Rumor has it it remains an old haunt, a final port of call for tormented souls.
A lot of people have been experiencing paranormal activity in this building. Security officers, staff.
You just think it's a shadow, but after a while, you start thinking, that wasn't a shadow.
Donald Popovitz, who goes by Pop, patrolled the campus here as a security officer for more than a decade.
Do you believe this stuff?
The things that go on in this place, yeah, I believe almost anything that they tell me.
Anywhere that you wouldn't go by yourself when it's dark?
The Matrix house.
Which is exactly where I find myself as night falls.
We're about to go into the matron's house, and this is where it's been documented that a murder actually took place.
Remember that sound we heard? We head to the attic to explore.
Hello? Is there anybody up here? What we'll usually do now is leave like one person up here. Do you want to do this?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Should I say some last words to my parents on camera?
That weren't spooky enough. Time has never ticked so slowly in all my life. It took me the first few minutes just to muster this.
Is there anyone in here?
I mentally prepare for what I should say or do if by chance the matron appears. After 5 excruciatingly long minutes,
Lindsay, we're coming up.
I managed to survive without anyone or anything saying boo to me.
I was certainly watching the clock count down.
Lindsay, the thing with paranormal investigating is it can happen when you least expect it.
Relief doesn't begin to describe how thankful I was it didn't happen on my watch.
I forgot to tell you one thing. Sometimes the experience follows you home. So will you let us know?
Yeah, will you let us know?
Of course.
For Nightline, I'm Lindsay Davis on Staten Island from Snug Harbor.
Good morning or afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are, gang. Let's see here. Let's go right to it. We got the Discord live and popping. Yo, we are live, gang. Did you guys see that news about these himbos?
Good morning.
Good morning, Erica. We had some straight up himbos from the Ghost Hunter. What are they? I don't forget the name of their show. These dudes, the dudes with the fucking, with like the faux hawks and shit. The dudes hunting ghosts in affliction gear. These guys.
Ghost
Adventures, I think.
Ghost Adventures, word. Hey, good morning, Ginger. Don't particularly care for their program, only because I've seen far more interesting things involving ghosts, in my opinion. But that's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm not like. I'm someone who can like the Kardashians. I don't see how I can't like this Ghost Adventures stuff. Oh, hey, yo, Stan Odie. Holding it down. Man. But that was Lindsay Davis from ABC News in a spoopy house. Experiencing, I think, a whole bunch of nothing. And then they try to scare her on the way out like, hey, it follows you home. Which, does it? Has anybody, let's start there. Have any of you guys had a paranormal experience follow you from one location to another?
I mean, yeah, but I kind of invited it, so...
Oh, you were looking for that kind of action. Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
No, he just stayed at our old place and came with us to our new place.
Oh. Gotcha. I'm stoked about the topic today. Love paranormal stuff, says Ginger. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I'm making, as you guys know, a Mercronomicon. I'm trying to, get a list of everybody's, every entity, things that people have encountered. Ghosts that travel, yo.
Huh?
Ghosts that travel. So, well, Justin, so was it an entity that was human from a different period in time, or was it a otherworldly thing, interdimensional thing?
There's really not that level of communication, but it's more like house spirit kind of situation.
Gotcha. It was more like a house spirit that followed you. Gotcha. See, I personally feel like I've had some juju from a house follow me before.
Me either.
Some traditions, there's something called the Domovoi, and there's also the just house fatir, which just means house spirit.
Oh, okay.
Domovoi translates directly to little knocker.
Oh. I like that. And what was the second name you said? Sorry, I'm taking notes. I'm very interested. You said I got Domovoi.
House fatir.
House fatir, okay.
Or, as I said, it's Old Norse for house spirit.
Yeah.
I've never had any paranormal happenings, but I've watched everything there ever is about it. I totally believe in it, but I've never experienced it. But I also don't personally go looking for it because I'm too nervous. Like, I don't mess with the Ouija board. That's a no-no.
And let me know in the chat. Hey, good morning, all you Murkies piling in. Let me know in the chat any answers to any questions I have that I'm throwing out here to the open, by the way. Just addressing the YouTube chat. But, okay, ghosts that travel. Let's talk about maybe people that can shut themselves off to the experience. Because as I've shared on the stream before, in a house that I lived in that I felt like was haunted, I was kind of able to tell them to fuck off and kind of close my energy down and get them to piss off. Do you guys think there's something to... Do you think there's people who aren't as receptive as other people? And do you think there are people with the outright ability to close themselves off to it? Or do you guys think that maybe everybody has the ability to close themselves off or open themselves up to it?
There's got to be potential probably in everyone, but I think it varies. Like, some are more open, some aren't.
Yeah.
I think, like, the younger and the older you are, you're more apt to it.
Okay. Like, kind of like, you know, babies can see ghosts and stuff. That's something that like my family says is like, you know, they can see something else. They see angels and shit.
For sure. And then older people who are close to crossing, I
Yeah.
believe that they see it too. I really do.
Yeah. Now, I grew up on old unsolved mysteries, and in the realm of ghosts that travel, paranormal experiences that aren't necessarily centered around an actual location, I've seen, like on Unsolved Mysteries, a lot of accounts of people having angelic experiences. And they range from things that seem almost ghostly to guardian angel stories to things that sound like someone breaking through on DMT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to love those unsolved mysteries where like someone would like be clinically passed away for a while and then they come back and they like talk all about it. Like,
Yeah. Oh, I thought I was gonna get a whole fucking scoop on that from my grandfather. I had a grandfather that passed away of a heart attack, and they brought him back, and you know, everybody else that asked him about it, he kind of was like, it's almost like he would obfuscate or say whatever. And then one time, he'd had a couple drinks, and I sat down with him, and I was like, "Hey, what's that afterlife like?" And he gave me the most disappointing answer I've ever fucking heard. He was like, "It's just a nap. I was mad they woke me up." Like, oh fuck, what? No. So there's times I don't feel his presence like I feel other people that I've loved that have passed, and I think maybe that was his design. I think maybe he wanted to kind of escape the wheel, you know.
Ginger had an experience.
Ooh, what do we got here? I'd tell my mom that Oscar the Grouch was upsetting me. Other weird stuff happened in that house too, like lights going, oh, hold on, I had my first experiences when I was 2. A 5-year-old girl drowned in a mucky pond right next to my bedroom window. She'd appear every night as a small shadow. Whoa, so you had something kind of, you had a girl's spirit haunting me out like around a pond.
No.
Whoa.
Did you talk to her?
That, yeah, did you speak to her, Ginger? Did you know a name? Did you build a relationship of sorts? Because again, when I was living in a place that I'm convinced was haunted, I felt like they were my roommates by the end of it. Like I'd say fuck off and then a name specifically, and then it would fuck off. Like, so, whoa! I gotta put my beard balm in today. I was pretty excited to get this topic rolling.
I'd have to yell and make them stop knocking when I was recording sometimes.
Ooh.
My 16-year-old and my husband both claimed to see the same shadow ghost in the same area of the house, and they told me at 2 different times. But I was like, And so then I asked them separately again to like describe it to me, and it was to the T, the exact spot, the exact height. I was like, oh, that's creepy.
Yeah. Let's see, Stanody says, my dad had a story from when he was younger. He said he was laying in bed and saw something cross the doorway. Let's see, he said he was laying on his bed and certain it was a ghost. Then he got back up to look, and it was a face of a man. Hold up, breaking into his home. Oh shit, it was just a dude. It was just a dude breaking in. Oh shit, that's worse than a ghost. Tabitha Lovato says, I never met my grandpa. He died a year before I was born. My mom said I used to talk to him in the kitchen all the time. I don't remember it. He would tell me stuff only he and mom knew. Whoa. See, that's kind of what I meant by like...
So bad.
Yeah, my family says that babies talk to the dead.
And my lights just changed on their own. Did you see that?
Oh shit. Hell yeah. Ghost
Please
time.
tell me.
Let's summon the energies, guys. Let's get our own actual ghost story now. I'm in.
No, I'm serious. Did anybody see that?
I did. I watched it. I watched that shit. Yeah. I have you kind of like almost full screen on one of my screens, so like it was.
What the heck? Did the people in chat? You guys just see that? Oh no!
Like people probably could have seen it in my glasses if you rewind her light. Yeah, no, I got you full screen. We caught your light flicker. Let's clip it, Stan Odie.
It literally turned blue, and then, oh my goodness, that was bizarre.
Shit. Oh man, Let's see. Sorry, where was I at? Tabitha Lovato. Yes, no, exactly. I think babies talk to the dead. Since that day, he is more scared of people than ghosts, says Stanody. Everybody should be more scared of people than ghosts. I hold that opinion too. I do think ghosts are scary, but I do think that, I don't know. Again, it's something that Justin and I have both said we've been able to kind of, with our energy, tell it to fuck off. But maybe that doesn't always work for everybody. I don't know. Maybe we got forehead kisses from angels when we were born or something. I don't know. I know I feel lucky to be alive sometimes.
When my uncle's girlfriend passed away, I went to live with him, and we had some paranormal. Ooh, tell.
Yeah, let us know, Apex. What do you? Yeah. Ginger saw it. Ginger saw that shit.
My hands are right here. I have not moved.
No, yeah, let's do it. Let's summon some ghosts. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, and everybody watching, if you don't mind hitting that thumbs up, our last ghost video unfortunately got spammed with thumbs down. So throw a thumbs up
oh no.
at your homies for the ghost stories. I particularly like Paranormal Wednesday, and I don't want to change it. Oh man. Okay, so in kind of the types of ghosts we're talking about today, right? We got ghosts that are in houses and outside. So are they tied to are human ghosts, you think, tied to a place for a reason? Like there's something in their past that made them pass away there? I know that's probably a basic bitch question, but
more so their energy is still around, because some people's energies are stronger than others, maybe.
Gotcha. And so maybe it's
professional on that.
Word. Yeah, where's Arianthe this morning, baby?
She just messaged me.
Oh, word. Apex Sentinel says in the chat, one time my uncle heard knocks on his bedroom door. He said, come in, and the knocks got louder. He said, come in again. I heard pounding, and he came out asking if I was knocking. I didn't. Whoa. I think if someone dies tragically, their energy is definitely stronger. Oh, in town hall right now, baby. Hey, Stan Odie has your back, Erica. He clipped your lights going nutty. Fuck yeah, Stan Odie, you're the fucking best.
Alright, she's on the way.
Oh, hell yeah. Because that's, it's I can't shake the feeling that maybe human spirits are attached to a specific location for a reason, right? Like it's, it's a tragic event. Yeah, maybe a burst of energy. Maybe a high energy person is stuck where they most preferred to be, where they spent most of their time.
People also theorize, like unfinished business, or if they're confused and they don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know. Arianthe will definitely have a broader.
Hell yeah. Hey, Az, what up, Az? Hey, hop up in the lounge when you get available.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about spirit boxes? Do you think they're legit? Says Ginger. I normally fall back on Arianthe's opinion. I think it's like one of those maybe hit or miss things. Again, I'll have to fall back on her opinion on that. I don't know enough about spirit boxes to really give a clear answer. But hey, you guys, what? Eric, I bet you've seen more spirit box stuff than I.
I love them.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's fascinating to me. It's just fascinating.
Hell yeah. See, I need to.
Probably, but I don't know. I love it. I want to believe in it, so I do.
Yeah. Hey, there's a lot of John. Do you remember John Stewart, the old medium?
Mm-hmm.
He got accused of being a phony and a cold reader and stuff like that, and it's like, sure. But man, some of the best times I had with my mother were watching that show and in belief that he's talking to ghosts. So, like, I don't know. Make of that what you will. I choose to enjoy and believe at the same time. Sometimes that's okay. Well, it's okay if you're fucking watching Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hurting anybody. But
Exactly. I can't kick back and watch Jon Stewart and turn up. Ghosts can't turn up. They already died. They deserve to be able to turn up.
Ginger says I used to love that show. Right?
It was sick as shit. I used to, ooh, boy, yeah, my mother popped some popcorn. Yeah. Cuddle up, watch some Jon Stewart. Talking to ghosts, dude. That shit. Ooh, let me pull up his photo. Do you guys remember what he, because
What about John Edwards, too? Crossing over?
That's who I meant, John Edwards. I'm talking about the Daily Show.
Okay, I was like, Stewart.
Yeah, my bad.
John,
my bad there.
he did that shit live, like, to an audience. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And again, like a lot of people try to disprove, like, oh, it's cold reading, and it's like, man, well, I'm gonna keep enjoying this. I thought it was pretty cool.
I've seen that lady, the Long Island medium. I've seen her just walk up to people in a deli and just be like, hey, I don't mean to bother you, but I need to tell you something.
Yeah. Look at this.
Like,
look at this cheeky little headshot. Look at that. He's being a sneaky boy. What is this headshot?
This is John Edwards crossing over.
I've started a new show. It's called Hiding Behind Arches. Like, what's that photo shoot, buddy? Yeah, that's what the show used to look like. It was like they took the set from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Ooh, we got Arianthe and Az. What up, guys?
Hello, ladies.
Hey.
Oh.
Let's get spooky.
Let's get spooky. It's ghost stories time.
How's my audio?
Perfect.
Yeah, pretty good. Let me turn you up just a smidge on my end, but you're good.
Okay, cool.
It's really bad. But I'll be there in a second. My kids came and got into bed with me and shut my alarm off, so.
Oh. Oh, that's adorable. All right, hold on.
It's all rainy and overcast and spooky out.
Yeah.
I got my spooky lights on and they're doing weird stuff.
Lux took her spooky light to work today to light up a spooky work thing.
All I really did was put it on a dimmer, but...
Yeah. Oh, everybody knew who I meant. Good. Yeah, I didn't mean Jon Stewart. That was the Daily Show. I meant John Edwards, the fucking television medium. That was a good time. Joe. Is this streaming anywhere? I know it's canceled, right? Like it hasn't been a show in a long time.
No.
But, I had some questions. Ghosts being tied to places. Human ghosts seem to be tied to places. Demonic things or angelic things seem to have no attachment to anything other than people, as far as I've been able to hear from stories, right?
In my experience, demonic things and angelic things aren't dead.
Yeah. No, completely. So that's maybe why they don't have a physical world attachment to something or an item they're attached to.
I assume, just from my experience, so if anybody has a different experience, I want to hear it. That because they were never living, they were never dead, and therefore don't hold the same kind of attachment issues as humans. Does that make sense?
Yes. Ooh.
Human spirit can also devolve.
Oh, what was that? Let me turn you up just a smidge more, ass.
Human spirits can also devolve.
Oh, form into basically a primal urge type of force?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm into contact with, old men who were very, very evil in their living life and were not able to graduate after they passed. So in their death, over time, they begin to accumulate all this negative energy, which essentially devolves them into semi-demonic type of entities.
Oh. So, what you're basically encountering is, again, a wave of fucking negative feeling. Just primal, hateful man urge. That's horrible. Okay. But so like, okay, so that energy can kind of degrade or devolve over time depending on how, well, does it depend on how amoral someone is, or how strong the feeling was, or maybe how twisted the individual was when they passed? Does it have to do with the person's perception, I suppose, when they pass?
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's, and this is hypothetical, but it's a general outline. If you, let's say, a man, he died in his 60s, and his whole life he beat his wife and, drank a lot and was generally just a bad dude. And he passes, and he gets let's say, stays in the house. And what'll happen is that he'll begin to force other people in the house to develop negative energy, and then he'll feed on that negative energy. And over, let's say, 50 years after he passes, all of that stuff will begin to kind of accumulate in that negative energy.
So it's.
I was wondering about that. Yeah, because sometimes people come in and they are like, "Oh, it's a very heavy energy in here." Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Kind of, but to finish the thought, after so long of them accumulating all of this negative energy, now spirits, at least in my experience, have the ability to kind of project themselves in any way they kind of want. Some, willingly, and some just end up looking like that. But let's say this old man, he doesn't want anybody in the house. He doesn't like people. And what he'll do is he'll make himself look very demonic. He'll extend his fingernails, or he'll, gaunt his face and double over, and just to project this very, to a layperson, would be a demon. But the truth is it's the remnants of this kind of an asshole man who took on demonic characteristics over a period of time.
Okay, and if more negative feelings stack in that home, that does nothing but feed that thing, so maybe it becomes like a stack too of like it becomes that even more visually twisted, if you will, because of
exactly
other people's what other people are leaving behind, or what it's pulling from other people.
It'll make people sick, give them anger issues. It really just depends on the level, and the same thing goes for positive energy. If you have somebody that is loving and kind, and most of the time they will make a sense of comfort in that area. So it really just depends on who they were as a person before they kind of devolve.
Seen sometimes in the beginning, especially if they're trying to gain trust of a child, they'll appear nicer and then not so much over time once they've gained your trust. Do you believe that to be?
I have seen that happen, but I also think that over time, now I can't speak in a general sense because it is very individual, but I have seen spirits that will protect the child but hate on the parents.
Interesting. Hey, Zimmy.
What up, Zimmy?
Whoa, what's up?
Hey, we're talking ghost experiences. We're talking ghostly encounters. I've got some ghost footage pulled up here from YouTube. While we kind of, what I'm kind of trying to do is take proper notes and kind of quantify some experiences here, because I believe there's maybe there's like a paranormal zoo situation going on, and let's make our own Mercronomicon, baby. I want to know more about this, particularly like devolved spirits. That's fascinating to me. That much like your mental state can degrade, and your own perception can change the way you treat people in the real world, that could continue on after you die. And that kind of makes sense. Does it work the other way? What if, are there positive things that have been left behind? Like positive people who maybe passed away in a way that they show up as an angelic thing, but it's actually a person.
My take on angels are maybe a little bit warped, only because of my experience with what we would call angelic beings. But I will say this: once, at least, okay. Speaking generally is really hard to do because I have encountered so many kind of individual situations. But I'll give you one good example. A man, I had read for a lady in a group once, and her uncle was a terrible drunk and was pretty abusive to the whole family, and there was rumors that he may have diddled some of the kiddies. And after his passing, and she was in the mediumship group too, so she worked with spirits, and that was the one person she didn't want to talk to, was this guy, because of how bad the relationship when he was living was. Well, of course, he shows up during this group session, and he's standing in the corner, and he's essentially telling me, listen, I'm so sorry for being this asshole guy, and now that I'm here, I know, what kind of damage I did. And so there is sort of a redeeming factor after you pass. In my experience, they have this period of time, I would say anywhere from 7 to 12 days after passing, that they get to kind of hang out here, and then they move up a level. It goes in depth, and it's a lot to explain, but you have a chance after you pass to essentially get education on what you were like when you were living. And so for him, she didn't want to talk to him. She didn't want anything to do with him, but all he wanted to do was apologize to her for being an asshole, and kind of a bad dude. And I feel like it was a big part of his transition that he needed to make these amends, through some factor in order for him to be able to graduate and move on to the next level of his education.
Okay, so ghosts can learn. They still maintain a level of sentience maybe I'm not giving credit to in my mind, and like I was. I guess what I've encountered is probably something that you guys would consider more of a devolved situation. Like, I feel like I've encountered waves of feelings and things like that. Things that felt like it was a remnant of something that was left behind from somebody who had maybe suffered from dementia or something like that. Like, it didn't know where it was, and didn't have the capacity to learn, and was maybe stuck in a cycle. But yeah, like, it makes sense that maybe these things would have a chance to learn. That makes sense. So is it like a purgatory type of state that maybe some people get stuck in?
I'll explain it like this, and this is kind of how I teach my students. So let's imagine that life is just like a guitar, right? And you spend your whole life playing a certain octave of keys. You got a range. Let's say you got 8-note range. And so if you spend your life playing a certain chord, then after you pass, you get to play in that range of chords. But if you play a shitty chord, then you get to go to where the shitty chords exist. If you play a lovely chord, then you get to exist in that vibrational reality after you pass. So depending on where you were and what you tuned yourself to when you were living, that's going to be the range or the octave that you get to exist in after you pass. So let's say, and I want to differentiate between ghosts and spirits, because they are different. Because I've encountered ghosts that were more like energetic memories, where they kind of exist on a loop and there's really no interaction. You might get them to acknowledge you, but other than that, they're pretty much going to go through the motions. Then you have spirit, which is usually very intelligent. There's so much more than just ghost and non-ghost. There's a whole life on the other side, and you get to exist. Do you want a personal story?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I really do.
So, my late husband passed from brain cancer a few years ago, and towards the end of his life, and just to paint a little picture about what he was like while he was living, he was big and bold and smart and funny, and everybody loved him, and he was just this big old teddy bear of a man. He was a sea captain. I mean, he was a good dude.
Yeah.
Well, he said when he found out that he had brain cancer, please don't let them take my mind. Oh. He said, you can take my body, you can take anything, but please don't let me take my mind. Well, towards the end of his life, of course, his mind went. And so he was very confused towards the end. And he really didn't know where he was or what anybody was by the time he passed. Well, me being a medium, I was waiting for him to come talk to me after his passing. And what essentially ended up happening is that, and take this as what you will, but it is my personal experience. I had 2 spirits show up first to announce his presence. And essentially what he told me is after he passed, he went to something like a hospital. And during that time, he got to get some of his mind back and his memories back and kind of like relearn who he was. It took a little bit of time for him to place, piece his self back together. And what he told me is, my headaches finally stopped, and so they let me come talk to you.
Oh, man. So there's a sentience within us that exists outside of the hardware, and that's what a spirit is. Ghosts are a fragment, if you will. Is that kind of what I'm getting from that? Like, am I right with that? Like, what we would call a ghost, we're not like a spirit is that person, their essence, everything.
Let's think about the electromagnetic spectrum, right? On the lower end, you have the red, wider vibrational ranges, right? And they're going to be those lower ranges. At the upper end, you're going to have the ultraviolet range, which is that high vibrational, shorter wave range. In my mind, at least what I understand, is when you want to, let's say, move something around like a classic ghost would, if you're be apporting, items or touching people or anything like that, you're going to need a lower vibrational wavelength in order to actually permeate or at least contact physical matter. At the upper range, people pass right through things. So a high vibrational being, or at least an ascended being, we'll say, is going to have a much harder time touching physical things. So we can almost assume that if a ghost is making any kind of difference in the physical realm, they're going to be existing on a lower, more red, wider wavelength. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. I have an inversion of the color spectrum for that ideal, but only because I'm a Kabbalist, so we consider blue the lowest energy. Good Jews don't dream in blue. We consider that kind of the lower energy. So, but I know exactly. I'm able to conceptualize what you're talking about very well. I understand. I get that. That's a really good way to put it for someone like me. Okay. No, thank you. So, does the moment of one's passing affect what's left behind? Can the way you pass create a lower frequency being? Like, let's say you lived your life somewhat higher frequency, but because of the way you passed, you died in a moment of low frequency energy output, if you will.
Perfect example of this. When I am reading for people and the one that they're trying to reach out with has passed from, let's say, suicide, particularly suicide, I have, in my experience, come into contact with most of the spirits that I talk to from suicide. They never want to make eye contact with me. They're always looking off to the side, and they're very quiet. And that's almost my symbol, like, okay, this person took their own life. Because they do not want to, it's almost like they're embarrassed.
Yeah, I was fixing to say that. It's almost like a shame. Like, they're like, oh, fuck.
And even if they were happy-go-lucky people in their life, and they pass from suicide, a lot of the times, they will not look me in the face. And I have to ask them, like, please look at me, show me your face. And sometimes, unfortunately, the reason they're hiding their face is because there's a huge trauma to it. Like, I met with a kid that had, blown his face off, unfortunately. And when he met with me, he kind of put his hair, he had longer hair, and he kind of put it in front of his face. And I said, can I please see your face? What do you look like? And he looked at me, and it was like there was no face there. And I was like, okay, obviously there was a trauma to the face. But these people are suicides and overdoses. Those are the two that I can tell you will create some sort of shame bubble around them. And until they get that education and forgiveness for themselves, it's very difficult for them to want better for themselves. Like, show them, hey, there's loving light here for you, and there's something in them that says I don't deserve it. And that's very hard. That's very hard for them. And so it takes, it sounds funny, but if they're present here, you can give them counseling. Like, hey, it's okay. Your family loves you, and it's safe for you to forgive yourself. And that's really what's up. Now, car wrecks or like, bullets that they didn't know were coming at them, any kind of traumatic, like fast death.
Yeah.
A lot of there is a major period of shock afterwards, but sometimes on rare occasions, like my friend Kelly, she was another medium that I studied with for a while. I don't know how it happened, but she ran her car into a pole off the freeway here. And her passing was traumatic and scary, but because of her knowledge of the afterlife before she passed, her transition was super easy, and she was here immediately to say what's up to all of the mediums in the group.
Oh shit.
She popped in like, bitch, guess what?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. She showed up in the session. She's like, hey guys.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could make it, Kelly. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, can you put the number up for someone to call in?
Yes, I've got it on the ticker right now on the screen, so it'll roll back around. If somebody doesn't mind, let's see here. Hold on. Goth Angel Tarot, why aren't you in this Discord already? Get in here.
Get your butt in here.
Get in this Discord. You could be on the show on camera right now. We're gonna call in for her. Get in here.
There you go.
Yeah, get in here. Sorry, I'm Southern, guys, so I open the door and be like, y'all hungry? Sorry.
I got some food.
Y'all need some food?
It's the only way I know how to show affection.
Yeah, this is how I show love, baby. It's how my grandma taught me. Come eat some biscuits and gravy.
Mark, I saw they gonna make another season of Tiger King.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Season 2's happening. Baby. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Oh, Goth Angel Tarot, we love you too. Hop in here. But, well, okay. Hold on. Ghost, I don't want to lose this thought. So,
Yes.
spirits, let's just talk about them as broad entities, right? I have to kind of conceptualize this through my Kabbalistic Jewish framework, right? So, pardon the terminology if you're unfamiliar with, but I'm sure Az and Arianthe will be able to follow along with what I mean. So again, just to clarify, I want to make sure, like, spirits are things that when you interact with them, they're more affecting, like, Kether. Like, they're on the spherot of Kether. Like, they're up there with thought. They're not physically low enough vibrational beings that they can affect physical reality. They're not going to pick up this can and throw it. They might give you an inspiration or a thought. You might have some kind of internal thing because of them, or you be more likely to than them physically doing something. What we would classify, or like what I'm talking about when I say like ghosts, or like these devolved kind of like spirits, or spirits with like trauma around them. They can affect Malchut, right? So like they can affect real life. They can pick things up. They can throw shit. They can throw fits. So poltergeists.
We exist in Malkut. So that's our thing, that's body.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Well, you can also apply like the Kabbalistic tree of life to like dimensions. It doesn't necessarily have to just like pertain to the body or chakra, right? So like Malchut in some rabbinic traditions, right, what they're referring to is our three-dimensional plane of reality, actual physically moving something. So when I refer to things like the path of the flaming sword, what I'm talking about is a specific thought process I went through, much like the scientific method, to bring my thought into reality. I thought, I'm going to pick up this lighter. I picked up the lighter. That's kind of what I mean by that. So like there is an Eastern adaptation to Kabbalism where it's, typically you'll see it taught where they're attributing it to like chakras and stuff like that. But again, I'm more on the rabbinic tradition of like I'm dissecting the universe. This is our map of physics as we know it. But so that's kind of what I mean by that. Like it feels like maybe those things again, like I loved you attributing it to like red or blue. Like you gave me a scale to work on, and I appreciate that endlessly. Like I wrote it down. I was like, holy shit, hold on. So that makes sense to me. But car wrecks and ODs, you said, are like traumatic events that can take a spirit from being able to affect like move through things, like you said, move through the physical world effortlessly. Like they can't physically tickle you as easy as like something that's angry.
Earth is a very dense plane, right? We believe that Earth and physical body is going to be one of the densest realities you can live in. And in order for a spirit to affect reality, it too.
You cut out on us, Az.
Button.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Oh, still cutting out a little bit.
Where did I cut off?
Oh,
Dense physical reality.
dense physical reality.
So they have to be dense, right? They have to have density. And if we know anything about quantum physics and we know about the separation of mass versus energy, you can kind of delineate that into what makes them up. But I will say that the first 7 to 12 days, and in my experience, it's around 12 days after a person passes, they are still physically here. Like, their energy is incredibly dense. It is because they have not really fully developed their spirit body yet. So they can walk around, make noise, and this is just the average person. This is anybody. This is me, you, whatever. Well, depending on, what your belief system is and stuff. But generally speaking, they're like here for the first almost 2 weeks.
Oh shit! So 7 to 12 days. You're basically you're in like a spiritual form of chrysalis, like you're here, like you physically have more potentiality than you, like it degrades over time or you move on.
I think what happens is that we are so tuned to the third density, that when we pass, our body is, still. Our body has there's some sort of attachment to the physical body for the first little bit, and a lot of the people will move up in an octave after their body is buried or cremated or after the funeral. Sometimes they wait around for closure or the finality of things. But being, you and me and everybody else, we're third density creatures. We have physical mass. And after you pass, at least in my experience, those people, like if I reach my hand out after they pass, I can almost feel the density of the physical body, but without the physical sight of the body, if that makes any sense. And it's only for a limited amount of time.
There's like a weight to it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, yeah.
Like if I were to reach out and touch your shoulder, there's weight to it. You know what I mean? There's weight from my hand. You feel the same thing within so many days.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Like the decaying of a frequency, like how we would quantify and look at like sound as a good analog for my mind. Like, there's certain frequencies we can pick up with our hardware, and then once it descends or ascends, we can't hear that shit anymore. You know what I mean? Dogs might be able to, babies can, younger people can hear different frequencies than older people. But I'm just using sound as an analog. Yeah.
Yes, I teach everybody that everything runs off this like vibrational octave reality. That's kind of how you're describing it, and that's pretty spot on.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can tap into the vibrations, you can tap into the spirit realm.
Yeah.
That also means that different mediums can reach a different...
Oh, cut out again. Different mediums can.
Yeah.
Darn it. Let me take it off push to talk. Hold on a second.
It's the damn button.
That damn button. That damn push to talk, man.
Her and I were trying to have conversation yesterday, and I kept missing the button.
Okay, how's that?
Good. I think I can hear you.
That worked?
I think we're good.
Okay. So, where was I?
Different mediums can channel.
Yeah. Okay, so during your training as a medium, you learn that your experiences in your life is going to be essentially that vibrational octave range that you're going to be able to reach out to. Not that you're limited to that, but that's going to be your comfort zone, right? So let's take me, for example. I have a lot of drugs and violence and trauma and, addiction in the family. And, you know what I mean? Like, I have a pretty rough background. Therefore, the spirits that I come into contact with are typically spirits with rough backgrounds. They're not going to go to Sally, who has been raised in a 2-parent family, a well-to-do neighborhood, and stuff like that, because she has no frame of reference for their story. So I get a lot of suicides, I get a lot of the addicts, I get a lot of the, more, I wouldn't call them lower vibrationals, but they come to me because they understand that I have a frame of reference that can be sympathetic to their story. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So another medium could walk into the same building And even though we may be able to pick up on the same spirits, I might be more apt to be able to communicate with them than the other medium, depending on their life experience, if that makes any sense.
Okay, you imprint things, kind of like our hardware. Like, is there something to genetic familiarity by chance? Like, experience, yes, but there's times where I feel like I've definitely connected with things that I'm genetically familiar to. Like, I feel it there. I feel my ancestors. I feel it, you know?
Oh, that's a whole different plane.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, that's a whole different level of vibrational situation. Okay.
Yeah, that's almost like you in and of yourself being a trigger object.
Oh, okay.
Main part of my practice.
Like, I'll have full-on Dune dreams. Like, I'm being born in a yurt. Like, I remember the Khazari Plains. Like, I'm a dole in India sometimes. Like, I straight up, like, feel, you know, sometimes ancestral connections. But for me, I've always equated that to, like, it's an epigenetic thing, right? Like, my hardware is so similar to theirs. I'm just somehow dreaming the same. But
I would also look into your past life on that.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say, is you might not be seeing ancestral, you might be seeing past life.
I feel that way about the dole. Because sometimes I do just miss running amok with my boys. In India. You know doles? They're like wild dog. I didn't know about them until I fucking had this dream and Googled them. I was like, what the fuck is it? Does India have foxes? But yeah, cool ass
I
animal.
remember little boy on Mars. I remember living on Mars as a little boy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like we lived like underground, I guess, but they weren't really underground. They were just like these dome structures, and we were allowed to go outside, but we had to put this stuff on our skin before we went outside. Otherwise, like, we would get sick.
Oh,
like
an
tiny.
anti-radiation kind of sunscreen, but like anti-radiation.
It's one of the weirder memories I have.
Whoa. See, I've known some spirit science. I've had some friends that have gone zealous into spirit science for a period of time, and they were convinced I was a future Martian space time traveling genetic offshoot.
I can see you being an Odie.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't feel like a Martian. I feel like I really like Earth. I am allergic to everything here, and y'all don't make sense to me most of the time. But I don't.
Like, we were never meant to be here in the first place.
There you go. So, you know, maybe there is more to it. I can confirm I don't think I'm reptilian. I get flaky sometimes and I do shapeshift, but it's not reptilian. I got hair, baby. And like nipples, like a mammal.
What? More tribes than just the reptilians. There's the Syrians, there's a whole bunch of tribes.
Oh yeah. That's
We'll start throwing out all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff that you're not ready for, Merc. But are you ready?
I'm ready. I watched like goddamn 30 hours of spirit science years ago and was like, all right, it can't get crazier than this, surely.
Arianthe, I'm trying to help Goth figure out Discord.
Yes, darling. Let me see if I can find.
She said, I'm trying to join.
Yeah, she should be able to just jump in here.
Yeah.
Just double click it and then
Do
hit
we have
join.
a member limit on the live chat?
I think it's 10.
I think the lounge is unlimited.
Alright, Goth, so click the Discord link.
Let me double check it. Yeah, lounge should be like unlimited.
And then scroll down to lounge. And then hit join. And you should be good to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh no, I'm glad you did.
Yes, I'd kind of derailed into spirit science. But again, I'm equating the afterlife to like vibration and sound. It just makes sense to me. Again, I'm somebody who's ingested DMT in like every way you can except the butt syringe.
Lie.
Why didn't I do the butt syringe? I just didn't have it in me.
No, I said lie.
Oh yeah. Well, why? Yeah. Why am I lying about it? Because it's the butt syringe. Do you guys remember there was a lady who I used to watch back in the day. She lived in that bunker with that acid king. It was like an old missile silo. They were manufacturing all kinds of.
I was totally joking, by the way. I don't know that Mark has ever put a syringe in his butt. I'm gonna assume not.
I did steroids once with our high school football team.
Oh no.
I did steroids once with our high school football team, but that's because I genuinely, at that particular time in high school, I was cool with everybody.
Oh no.
So I wasn't, when in Rome, no reservations. Call me Anthony Bourdain. I don't know. What did it do? It made me grumpy. I blamed it I blamed my crooked circumcision for a period of time on the steroids, but that's the doctor. That wasn't,
How are you making out, Goth Angel?
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Oh man. I just took a hit that almost killed me, guys. But
Okay, good. So scroll down to the bottom where it says lounge, and then hit join.
yeah.
It makes you feel better, Goth Angel. None of us actually know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Seriously, I was trying to figure out how to hit the P button forever. I had to Google it. I was like, why can't anyone hear me?
Oh yeah, no, Discord is a forest of misadventure. It
is, yeah.
It's you're in good company.
Oh,
it's verifying her. It's making her wait.
yeah. Give us 10 minutes. We'll still be here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got yeah. They're running your credit score. I'm kidding. They're not. That'd be fucking hilarious. Devo. Oh my god. So do we exist somewhere in the middle of this spiritual vibrational kind of range I've drawn out? Or
Yes.
do we do? We're kind of like somewhere in the middle of that, like where we do have a vibrational, like our spirit is somewhere in the middle as a baseline. We can reach higher, we can reach lower, and that's kind of how we can interact with those things.
It depends on if you subscribe to the idea that we have, if you have an oversoul, or if you believe that you are part of the one, or, the different belief structures. You can give a bunch of different opinions on that. It really depends on how you.
Yeah,
So-
like the Gaians out there, the we are one singularity. That's what God is when we die we merge back. Okay.
Like a freaking octopus with tentacles or a squid or something. I don't particularly like that imagery.
Oh yeah,
I
the
wanna be an
Cthulhu
octopus.
people crack me up a little bit. But yeah, I'm into
So are we
it.
talking like reincarnation?
Well, okay, so when they're training us, they tell us to connect to our higher selves, right? Everybody hears that concept of the higher self. Well, what the hell is the higher self? Is it another me that's free of all the constraints of the third density reality, and then through meditation I can reach up to my upper self? Or is the higher self an oversoul that's actually the one? There's so many different ways to look at it. If you want to believe that you have some other being, some other part of you. When they're training us, they say that we have 80% of our soul or consciousness is not living in the body with us, right?
Yeah.
We only have 20% down here to play with, and that's silly. To me, that's a weird concept I'm not too particularly fond of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, I want to get into that.
Yeah. Hey, welcome. Was John in here? Oh, look at that! Creature from the Black Lagoon, baby! Hell yes!
You guys are talking about gills, right?
Fucking look at that! Gang, the eyes.
I thought you were talking about gills.
John, that's hilarious. The
Girls,
eye
baby,
detail.
not gills.
Oh, I was probably drunk when I heard that. I drink like a fish.
Oh, hey, welcome, buddy. Oh, I love that
Hey,
mask.
there he is.
We're swapping
He's
ghost
been sitting up on my shelf for a while, and I'm like, why not use him once in a while? It's almost Halloween, so fuck it.
Damn straight.
No, okay, I got something for the ghost situation.
Oh.
Don't worry, it won't be long because it didn't happen to me personally. The only time it's a long story is when it happened to me personally. Okay, so check this out. I married my wife She's Cuban. We're in Miami. So I figured it couldn't get any better and it couldn't get any more Latin. So we go to visit her grandma who lived in downtown Miami. She can't speak a word of English. Okay. Her father's side can, but her mother's side couldn't speak English. So we're at her house. And we're watching. I rented Scarface. Okay, so I figure you can't get much more Latin than that. So we're watching Scarface. The wife had never seen it, and I notice all over the shelves, this lady has all these like those candles that look like long cup tubes, you know, and they got Jesus on them and everything, and Mary holding a heart, you know. So she's got this whole like shrine set up, and I asked the wife. I said, you know, what's going on over here? And when we were getting ready to leave, she tells me, make sure, because we smoke, you know, she said, make sure you take the cigarette butts with you. I said, huh? And because she had an ashtray, she goes, take them with you. Oh. So I did. And then on the way home, I asked her what the fuck's going on. Well, apparently the grandmother has always been dabbling in this shit called Santa Maria or something.
Yeah.
And
Santa Maria.
And she tells me a story. She tells me a story from when she was younger, okay? And her mother, who passed away when she was like 6, and this is her mother, her grandmother, you know, the mother of her dead mom. She didn't like her father, my wife's father. So his mother-in-law, who did this Santa Maria or whatever you call it, she feels like she would curse something. So she sent my wife a doll when she was a kid. Okay, she sent her a doll, and the father knew about this stuff and didn't like the lady, and her grandfather on her father's side didn't like the lady either. So they took the doll from my wife and said, "You can't have this. Okay, it's cursed," and she doesn't understand. So she tells me that they took it to the beach in New York. They took it down to the beach, and they tried to set it on fire. Okay, and it wouldn't catch. Okay, and they kept on trying, so it wouldn't catch. So they finally dumped some like lighter fluid all over it, and it didn't just burst into flame. The fucking thing exploded. Okay, and to this day, she says they don't know. They just feel like it was some kind of evil in it, because that's how much the old lady hated, okay, the father, okay, her son-in-law, okay, and this weird shit went on like this. She even blames what happened to her mother. She had a car accident and hit a tree because they say she was having a heart attack, they figured out, and that caused her to go out of control and hit a tree. And they even think that was done by her own mother, okay, this Cuban lady down in Miami. Okay, so we go to her house to visit her. You know, she wants to introduce me to that side of the family, and she tells me, yeah, take all the cigarette butts, and explains to me that when they do their voodoo shit, they can use like a hair from you or something with your essence on it, like a cigarette. So that's why she had me take the stuff with me. And I'm just like, blew my mind. Okay, that's the whole story.
Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking nutty. One time my mom was talking shit on Yoko Ono, and the fucking food she was cooking exploded out of the pan. And my mom,
I can't stand it.
My mom never talked shit on Yoko Ono again.
All I could hear throughout that whole story was Sublime.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Fuck.
You know what you think about Yoko Ono, man? Yoko Ono, it pissed me off that John Lennon got like 4 bullets and she didn't even catch one.
Yeah.
Where's the justice in the world? I can't stand that one. Anyway, but yeah, so that was just an interesting story from like 1992, I think. You know, it blew my mind when she told me this, you know. And then, you know, again, another person, not me, her grandfather on her father's side. So I spent a lot of time with them. They were cool, and they could speak English. They sounded like Ricardo Montalban, you know, the fine Corinthian leather. But the other ones couldn't speak English at all. So he's telling me a story that he was worked in New York as a guy in a donut shop, and he said he worked the late night because it was open 24 hours, and he was in there by himself making donuts, and somebody kept reaching in and switching the light in the kitchen off, and he was like, "What the fuck?" So he thought they were just messing with him, you know. So he went out, nobody's there. So he goes back out to where, you know, he's making the donuts, lights go off again. So he's like, cut the shit, right? So he goes back, looks around, nobody's there. And this happened like 3 or 4 times. And he said he could never fucking explain it, and all of this was around the time when I'm telling you about the doll, right? So yeah, it was like, there's some kind of Chucky thing, they did everything to get rid of this fucking doll. And when they first got the doll in the mail from Miami, it was in their kitchen. And they said that unexplainably, a fire started in their kitchen that very day.
Oh shit.
And I mean, it was understandable, and there was a reason. It seemed like a pan had caught and went up the burner and burned a curtain. It didn't do much, but it was just the fact that it took place the very day the doll arrived in the mail. So that kind of stuff blows my mind. I don't know if I believe in all that. But it blows my mind. I mean,
I've recently started in researching Cubano culture because I had a weird experience the other day. I was taking a walk around the city, and I passed by one of my favorite little establishments. It's a little Cubano cafe, and a very obvious old Cubano looks at me and says, he says hola or whatever. I'm like, yeah, like we rap in Spanish for a second. But then he throws me a fucking, on the way, he threw me a fucking shalom, and I threw a fucking Alchaim shalom, and I was like, I turned around like, the fuck? And then it made me kind of research like the amount of Jewish people that ended up in Cuba. There are Cubano Jews, but I also have a bit of experience and knowledge with Santeria, like that. While you were telling that story, I wrote down Ogun, the saints of Santeria. There's if you get sainted and stuff like that, there's all kinds. Santeria is fascinating to me. It's one of those things that's I think scary, but culturally, it's just, I kind of went at it almost like the Prime Directive. Like I try to go at all things. Like this is just culturally how they jive.
Well, I didn't know, the most I knew about the Latin people was what I could glean from Gloria Estefan and Miami Sound Machine, right? Big fan. And I had mentioned in a story to you guys at another time, I didn't elaborate, but, when I got there, due to my drunken escapades, I end up in Miami, and I said, well, while I'm here, I'm going to get that woman's autograph. And it was only through my wife having a relative who was going out with one of the members of the band, her father, that I was like, you're kidding. So I got my autograph, okay? But I learned a lot about other stuff with the Cuban thing. A lot of those folks have these statues in front of by their front door on their house. And it's usually the statues are a depiction of some, like a man, a woman, and a child, and like a god is floating above them, okay? And they're in like a raft or something. And I see it everywhere, and they actually build these little doghouse looking things that look like little temples, okay? And a lot of the relatives we go visit would have this thing. So I said, what is that about, And she was explaining that it was like the patron saint of protecting these people who got here from Cuba on a raft, okay? And that's how they, respect them. I forget what saint now. But anyway, so they're always depicted as this family in a raft and big waves and everything. And I was just like, oh, wow, that's pretty neat. And I mean, it doesn't matter how Americanized the people are, the Cubans are. Like her grandparents had been here since the 40s, okay? When all the shit started going down, they got over here. And they've been officially residents of America since the 40s, but they still had one of these little temples. And I mean, some of them stand like 3 feet high, it blew my mind. They have a lot of customs I thought was really great,
Yeah.
And their ladies are pretty easy on the eye too.
Hey, that's, that where I'm from, man. That's, yeah.
And I want to ask you something, not to change the subject, but you mentioned you lived in the Ozarks, Mark?
Mm-hmm. I grew up in the Ozarks, yes. Yeah.
I live in the Ozarks.
Yeah. I only ask because I love that show.
Oh yeah, yeah. Man.
Good. I thought John was gonna come visit. Damn it.
Yeah, it's that I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen the chunk of the first season of Ozark. That seems pretty fucking sick as fuck. Jason Bateman's the shit. I knew a weird dude that just coincidentally in the Ozarks, he was an old tweaker, and he, for no reason, had this obsession with Jason Bateman. And I'm talking like before Arrested Development. Like, what? Like, it was so weird.
That's the development, man. That's my shit, because I subscribe to Job, Uncle Job there. He's always on the lookout trying to scam somebody or something. And he rides around in that little Segway.
Yeah.
And he rides the banana plate. Anyway, if you watch,
hey, there's always money in the banana stand, dude. Yeah.
I was just gonna say the one where he thought they were talking about he makes money, but he was literally saying there's money in the fucking banana stand. They go, yeah, we went ahead and burned it down for the insurance, and the father's going nuts. Are you kidding? That
there's always money in the banana stand.
yeah. And David Cross, man, he's an underrated comedian, man. He's fantastic.
Oh man.
I forgot his name on the show, but he's always wandering into like gay events and doesn't realize he's got to be gay.
It's so that shit cracks me up endlessly. Tobias. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just wanted to introduce you to the treat, and I'm gonna drop back out and be listening. Okay?
Hell yeah! Hey, you have a good one, John. I love that mask. Hey, live long and prosper, my brother.
All right, later on, guys.
Later.
I'll be around.
Hell yeah.
I'll probably jump in when you say something else I love.
Hell yeah. Come on back, baby.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Merc.
Hello.
Hey, have you had any experience with scrying yet?
Just friends that have. But tell me more. Tell me about scrying, just for the viewers out there. Give me tell me all about it.
Well, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the term scrying, it generally means staring into a reflective surface in order to glean some sort of information, right? Could be visual, could be audio, it doesn't really matter. You could use a bowl of water, a crystal ball, a black mirror. There's a lot of different ways to scry. In fact, there's a, oh gosh, what is his name? It's His Holiness Paramahansa Nityananda, who teaches about the Vedas, traditional Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
They use a slate stone, just a piece of rock.
Oh. Or slate. Okay. Or just stone. Just a flat piece. Okay, so just is it does it like polished stone, or are they looking at just straight stone?
Typically polished it to a mere shine.
Oh.
So in some of the traditions, let's say American occultism, you're going to have a black mirror, and I think I showed you guys on video my tetragrammaton with the black mirror in it, but you're going to set it up and have it flanked by candles. There's particular recitations you have to do, or it really just depends on your school of thought. Some people will actually do like the LRBP and then set it up to do chanting or invocations while somebody is watching it. But if you're going to just, hedge witch this shit, then really you just set up candles, say your prayers, and then you sit into like a trance-like meditative state and begin to see typically your face first, and then your face will disappear, and then in its place will develop imagery of some sort. Sometimes it's other faces, sometimes it's scenes, sometimes it's just, it really just depends on where you're at mentally. Some people believe that it's coming from the outside in, like spirits are showing up. Some people believe that it's actually the subconscious mind that are showing the imagery, which, in and of itself is probably a little bit of both.
Oh, yeah.
If it works, it works.
That's okay. That's sick as fuck. Okay, so meditative form of introspection that you can you like remote view functionally like with it? I mean, if you were that kind of intuitive person, like if you're somebody that could remote view with their eyes closed in a meditative state, could you do it?
I've never tried to remote view with a scrying mirror. Typically when I'm doing remote viewing, I'm just sitting there. But that would be very interesting. I haven't ever tried to lock onto a target through that. That's usually when I'm scrying, I am asking questions of my subconscious mind.
Got you. Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking notes, man.
Have you ever heard of, there's like they used to call it an old parlor trick, but it's something very similar. It's called the monster inside me. We used to do it at the shop until I made my boss quit.
Oh, shit.
So essentially what we would do is we would hand people mirrors and we would put them in our catacombs and say, stare into it for 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. I hated it, but my boss loved it.
Similar to eye gazing.
Yeah.
If you're familiar with that practice.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for people who aren't ready for it.
That's a good way to make somebody go crazy.
Yeah, essentially that's what happened. We had so many people that just kind of lost it in our tunnel that I was like, we can't do this anymore.
This has become unmanageable.
This has become bad.
From a logistical standpoint, we cannot do this.
Especially within a situation where you are in something that we affectionately call our catacombs. Don't put people in catacombs and make them stare into a mirror.
Not at least without preparing the space. I mean, it'd be great for an experienced person who could go in there and prepare the space and be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had done it several times. Like, if you know what you're doing, that's a great experience. But to the unsuspecting victim that just paid you $5 to go spend, 10 minutes in your catacombs with a mirror, I don't know, that was worth it.
Oh, that's so terrible. Bad.
Yeah, I know, right? My boss saw it as a fun little party trick, and I was like, nah, dude, this is not a good idea.
This is how you get devolved.
He never listens to me.
Ghosts. This is how you get this devolved evil shits. This is logistically and spiritually a nightmare.
I'm gonna throw him under the bus here. He doesn't believe in ghosts, and he doesn't believe in spirits. He is essentially atheist to the core. And just nothing exists after this. And so when I said, this is a really bad idea, he went, oh, you're silly.
Oh, yeah. A lot of unusually successful people have very low spiritual belief. It's really weird.
Do you think it's possibly because sometimes in order to get where you are, you kind of have to kick people in the teeth? And so if you just don't believe in anything afterwards, then you can't be punished for your kicking people in the teeth?
I would believe that if it wasn't... Okay, look. Here's where the universe proves that there's a way to the top without having to feel guilt, and there is spiritual recompense out there, people, and his name is Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin is kind of a living example of somebody who has had to do all the things a famous person does, which like kick people down and fucking kick people out and fucking like really be like he ran Def Jam, so there's records he didn't listen to that people sent with his name on it, like, please listen to this, Rick, and he didn't, but he's still one of the best people. He's a spiritual person. He's a religious person. He'd probably be someone that'd be cool with the talk about ghosts, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there are but I don't consider them outliers too. It feels like in my experience it's almost split in fucking half, because keep in mind a good chunk of wealth in America gets sucked up by evangelicals.
On the topic of scrying, whenever I have introduced like one of my students to scrying, I always stand behind them and monitor the energies and monitor and set up the space where it's a safe place for them. I would never send a student on their own to do that, because especially it depends on your school of thought. There's different mystery schools approach it in different ways.
Yeah.
But when I'm introducing somebody to scrying, like, you gotta chaperone them, dude.
That's what I said too, and he was like, oh, it's fine. And so I used to get in trouble all the time because I never sold that package. Never. And I'm like, I don't even fucking mention it. It's on our website. If people walk in here, I'm not telling them shit.
If they specifically requested, it's on them, but I get the feeling that the only person requesting that is somebody trying to write Tool lyrics or something. Like, who the
it was
fuck?
Honestly, typically it was like young women or young men that are either high school age, because there was no age limit here.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Or, early in college, and they went in thinking that they were going to be, spooked like a haunted house on Halloween. But
give Shane Dawson a heart attack.
Dude, what they got was so much more than that, and it became a problem. I'm like, we have to stop doing this because people are getting genuinely terrified. If you go and you read our reviews, there are a few reviews that are like, don't do this because this wasn't worth it.
Damn. They're like, it cost me my mind.
Well, I mean, so do you know the lore behind our catacombs? I'm not allowed to speak on it as fact because the records of the catacombs were burned.
Oh, shit.
Do you know that? Have I told you that before?
No.
Okay, so Eureka Springs, Arkansas is home to the Crescent Hotel. They call themselves America's Most Haunted Hotel. I feel like that's subjective, but they bought the trademark, okay?
I was going to ask if it had to do with the old hospital.
Well, yeah, Norman Baker bought it in the 1930s, and he turned it into Norman Baker's Cancer Curable Hospital. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'm gonna ruin it for you. You can't cure cancer. You just
can't cure cancer. You go there to die.
But he swore you could, and so he had this weird little mixture that he would pump you full of that, had things like carbolic acid and crushed up watermelon seeds, and of course Ozark spring water, because that cures everything. So he had people that had cancer coming in by the truckloads that were there to get some sort of cure that they never got. Well, whenever you have cancer and you fill a whole entire, essentially a hotel, full of people dying of cancer, I refuse to call it a hospital. He wasn't even a doctor.
He wasn't. No, yeah.
He was not even a doctor. He didn't finish school past the 8th grade.
When I say it was literally a place you go to die, it was.
Yeah. I mean, people went there to die. And so when people would die, he would, take you down to the crematorium in town. And it was the 1930s. It was, the Great Depression. And his checks didn't bounce. And so he would take you to the crematorium. He'd have your body cremated. And because we couldn't fit you into the cemeteries, because it is a very small town, couldn't fit you in the cemeteries, and we couldn't send you home. Heck no, we were still collecting money. I say we. He was still collecting money off of your family. So they couldn't know you were dead. That was not a thing that they could know. But so what he would do is we have tunnels that run almost the entirety of downtown. Allegedly, he would take your ashes down there and dump them because nobody used the tunnels anymore. Allegedly. And so we call them our catacombs.
Damn.
Hey, you guys mentioned mentioning tunnels. I had one more thing I just remembered I got to tell you guys.
Well, you tell me all about it, John Boy.
I get the feeling you just tolerate me. But anyway.
No, I love you.
Well, thank you.
Hold on, real quick before you start. Hold on. Stan Odie. Stan Odie, I'm in Louisville, dude. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
I'm not far from Louisville. Let's go.
Oh shit. If y'all see me with my hair looking real fresh out the shower and curly and like from a certain, like, I'm not Jim James. That we are related though. You Kentucky people.
Well, you guys got to swing by Carolina, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's the deal. In my hometown, Richmond, Virginia, the place is built. I was trying to figure out how to explain this quickly. It's built like a real gradual ramp, let's say. Okay. And when you get to the top of the ramp, you would be at the top of a hill. Okay. They're not mountains, but you could drop off and you'd have like a 2-story drop down to the next level. Okay. So that graveyard that I told you that I tripped in when we thought we were watching a murder, okay, and all that is a historic cemetery called Hollywood Cemetery. It's from, Civil War. Okay. They got some presidents there. They got everything. So they also have that center section called the sanctuary. Now, I've come to find out a lot of old cemeteries have this little area. It's like a 6x6 little squared off area with a fence around it. And they say if you go in there at midnight, okay, you can feel a force will actually lift you, okay? So I tried it. I didn't feel shit. All right. But the reason I mentioned the cemetery again is because the other side of my city, after you pass by the skyline of all the buildings and everything, you start going up a hill again. Okay, kind of like those San Francisco hills. Okay, major hills, and they're, you know, it's probably 3 or 4 stories up at the top of the hill, and it's called Church Hill. We have the oldest church in existence in the country. It's called St. John's Church. Okay, and Patrick Henry was supposed to make a famous speech there. It's, you know, documented or whatever, the "Give me liberty or give me death" thing. So that being said, up there on Church Hill, under Church Hill, there was and that neighborhood has been there since the Civil War also. So under Church Hill, the C&O Railroad had reopened in 1927. They reopened a tunnel for the railroad to go through because railroad was a big deal at the time. Okay, so they opened up this tunnel, but it had been having a lot of problems, and they had repairmen in there all the time working on this thing. And remember, it's 1927, right? So at one point, finally, this train, okay, with, you know, 4 or 5 cars on it, were passing through the tunnel that goes under Church Hill, and right when they did, there was a cave-in, okay, and it ended up killing like 9 people. All right, and the reports were that one guy, after this accident, because, you know, it's a steam engine and everything, so, you know, the engine ruptured, and a guy like had the skin practically boiled off of him, and he came running out of the tunnel along with some other people that made it, but he went to the hospital and he survived maybe, you know, a day and a half with these just, you know, 3rd-degree burns all over his body and everything. Okay, so the report, though, the story, the urban legend is that at the moment that cave-in occurred, okay, and people were running out, somebody reported seeing a creature, okay, that looked pretty much, the description was like what you'd think of Nosferatu, the vampire, okay, bald guy, long fingernails, you know, teeth, cape, the whole thing. And this creature was supposed to have come out at the same time, and then just kind of like a blur, just disappeared. All right. And they say that he went immediately over to Hollywood Cemetery, which is probably 2 miles away. And that's where he resided ever since. And a lot of paranormal people that are into that have gone to the cemetery, and they actually seem to know which one of the little, you know, those little tombs they build for you when you got a lot of money, and it's a little stone building, and it's got
mausoleum.
Mausoleum,
Yeah,
thank
mausoleum.
you. Yeah, so they think he went into this guy named WB somebody, into his mausoleum, and they've never opened it back up, but people have gone down there and you know, waited around all night to see if there was any sign of him, and, you know, nothing ever happened. But it was because of that famous cave-in. And I was just fascinated with that story when I was a kid. My grandma told me, because she lived up there and they had a store up there, ice cream shop for a long time. And she said, yeah, 1927, that shit happened. I was like, wow. And the train is still in there. And at some points they've discussed maybe trying to take it out, get the 9 people out of there. But they ended up sealing it off because it's just too unstable. Even these days with the technology, it's too unstable to get in there. But they want to get the train out of there. They wanted to, and put it in a museum or something, and get the 9 people out. But yeah, so it's kind of like a creepy story. And people say that vampire guy is still running around in Richmond. So I never saw him, but there you go. That's it.
Damn.
Don's got the Mothman up there.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, so the graveyard, and then there's actually a YouTube video, if you were interested enough, just look for Church Hill Cave-In, and you'll see there's a couple of different guys who are standing there at the entrance to the tunnel that's now been sealed. And one guy on the other end of the tunnel, it's not sealed, but it filled up with water over the years. So this guy took a raft in there with some friends, and they seemed like they were just out partying. They said, let's do it. So they took some rafts in there and went as far as you could go. And then it is sealed on that end too. But the water's about 6 foot deep, and one guy's flashlight went out. It was just weird shit, you know, that if you want to look at it that way, it's like, that's creepy. And he was videoing the whole thing. And these guys were on their raft, and one guy lost his shoe. He felt like something pulled it off, but it was pitch dark. He couldn't tell. Somehow his shoe got removed. and he couldn't recover it, and just weird shit, man. So that's the famous Churchill vampire. You can look it up.
Oh yeah, I typed in Churchill cave-in, but I'm such a fan of British politics that it was like it thought I meant Winston Churchill.
Oh no.
So
No,
I'll have to search on like Bing or something.
No, check out Richmond, Virginia train cave-in. And then you can add Churchill to it if you want. But yeah, there's a lot of videos out there from some guys. I don't know any of them, but all were filmed there, and it blew my mind because I had heard about when I was a kid all this, just like I heard about that guy on the $6 Million Man when they found that body, and it isn't until years and years later that I hear any more about it. Jumping just an inch off the ghost thing. My uncle took me one time. He said, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" I always want to see something cool. So he drives me up past the airport we have there called Bird Airport, and up at another top of the hill. In World War II, they figured since Richmond's so close to D.C., that we might be subject to being attacked, just like Pearl Harbor. So in their paranoia, they built half of a city. I think it was half size, okay? But it looked to an airplane like it was, half of a city, okay? And so that way, if they did somebody attacked, Japanese or whatever, they would really be attacking this mock city, okay?
Holy shit, okay.
It was to fake them out, okay? And again, this is something else I didn't learn until years later. My uncle knew a little bit about it, and he told me it was built, why it was built. But, the details I came across later on looking into it, So they built this city, just flimsy. I mean, pretty much like a movie set type of thing. And, but the remnants of it are still there. And it's so weird. It looks like a neighborhood from like Leave It to Beaver or something. Okay. Nice, normal neighborhood, streets. But you see that like the gutters or the fire extinguisher, the hydrants, they aren't connected to anything. They're just props. And and the whole place is still sitting there, but over the years, the weather has destroyed it. It's pretty much just frames now. But it blew my mind. And you see these, I can't remember the name of it, but back in the day when they were all worried about nuclear attack in the 50s, that we had that triangular shaped thing that says fallout shelter and all that. There were signs like that all over the place. I grabbed one of those because they're kind of valuable now.
Hell yeah.
And but this whole city, they're yellow and black signs, and it says fallout shelter here, and department stores used to have these if they had a basement like a Sears, and I used to wonder what that was about. And then I learned a lot about it, and I'm always fascinated watching these old 1950s videos that tell you what to do in case of a nuclear attack.
Oh,
right?
get under a desk, where it's like, bitch, I'm not gonna, what's that gonna do? It's a fucking nuclear fallout.
No, if you go watch some of those government things, besides that, telling you to go under a desk, you'll be okay. They're telling you to if you don't have a fallout shelter, now this is 1953, but if you don't have a fallout shelter and you don't have access to a basement, climb in your bathtub and cover yourself with several blankets, and you should be able to withstand the fallout that's going to come down. I'm like, yeah, okay. So anyway, but I was
that just sounds like tornado precaution, and that doesn't sound like it's good enough.
They're just having you prepare your body. They're just having you prepare your body.
They're literally just telling you to get in the easiest position to clean you up.
Yeah.
Place your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I did hear someone say that the hiding under the desk is more for the blast wave and shit possibly falling. And then they leave, right? So like that made it make a little more sense. But even then, like, if you're close enough to see an explosion of a nuclear variety, you should not be standing still.
You should be running because that's the only chance you have.
Yeah.
Well, they used to show that film to kids in school, and they called it Duck and Cover. And they even showed kids, if you go look on YouTube, there's a bunch of these 1950s videos. They show kids outside on the playground and, what to do if you happen to be caught in the middle of this. So the kids around the playground were instructed to just run up to the wall of the school outside, run up to the wall and just cover and duck against the brick wall, and you might have a chance. Okay. Meanwhile, we know that the fallout comes down. Okay. After the bomb, the fallout comes down and will be on the ground for up to like a year. Okay. So I mean, you're not going to make it, but it was just fascinating that this whole little mock city was built in my town to throw off the enemy. you know, and there it was.
Yeah.
And it's still there.
Dude, I would tell you right now about just under the desk shit. I can't let it go. Like, I'm not gonna get gum stuck in my fucking hair. I'm gonna Teen Wolf that fucking blast wave. Fuck that shit. I'm getting on top of the desk. How about that? I'm gonna ride that shit.
If you want to talk about nuclear, you know, scares and things, I was a teenager when ABC did that The Day After show, and they did with no commercial interruptions, and it was just a movie. Jason Robards the only actor and I can remember, but it was like a 5-hour show, or maybe 2 days or whatever, about what happens on an average day if suddenly the Russians drop the bomb. You know, because that's who we were having problems with at the time. So it was like 1981, I think. And the day after, the part that scared me the most, because I knew what it meant, was a girl, you know, because of the radiation, she miscarries. So they show, like, you know, in certain areas, she's like, a blood stains appearing. That was kind of gross. And then when somebody's running across a field after the bomb had fallen, they're running across a field, and from their feet is coming all this white powder. So they're literally running through this fallout, you know, so you know they're going to die. Okay. So I ended up living in this place called Brunswick, Georgia. Okay. Years later, like, you know, we're talking about 2004, maybe. So I'm living in this place called Brunswick, Georgia, where they shot that guy that's in the news right now, Aubrey, whatever. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
So I'm living there, and I always like scoping out old movie theaters to see if there's like possibility of finding some old posters and shit. And I got lucky before. So I find this drive-in as I'm walking around. It's closed down. So I go to the little room where the projection room would have been, you know, and I'm looking at all the old letters they stored that they used for the marquee and shit, you know, and all I see is stacks and stacks of these barrels, okay, these like 50-gallon drums with the big skull and crossbones all over them, okay, and they're all in this drive-in's filled with them, and I'm looking around everywhere you could look. In every building, there was these 50-gallon drums, you know, and they said, you know, skull and crossbones, danger, caustic, whatever. So I went home. I was living with this fireman at the time. He was the chief of the fire. And I said, hey, John, what's that about? And he was telling me, okay. Oh, and also when I was leaving there, I noticed when I'd walk as I'm walking out of there, there's like this white powder all over the place, you know, and it's getting on my shoes. So I didn't give it another thought, you know. So I go and I ask him, and he says that they had a problem like 20 years ago where they had to shut down this factory that was producing this shit that was killing people, and exposure to it was causing people to get lung cancer and die like within a couple months after being exposed. So meanwhile, you'd had people, and this happened in my hometown too, and I didn't realize it was connected. It was called Keepone, and it was made for a pesticide, right? And people in my town were working in this factory making this shit, and they're walking around in regular clothes, okay? And this stuff is like dust everywhere, okay? And people are breathing it, not giving it another thought. When it was finally discovered how dangerous it was, they couldn't do anything with the place. The factory was in an old warehouse of some sort. They had to bury the entire building, and they found out they were dumping this shit in the river down there. So they had to ban fishing and eating the fish you caught for like 20 years. Okay, it took that long for the shit to get out of the systems out of there, you know? And so apparently Georgia was storing this shit too, you know? And when they found out about it, they just started stashing it all in every place they could find. And one of the places happened to be this old drive-in. So I had to immediately throw away my shoes. And, you know, because I wasn't going to do this. I wasn't going to die, man. I mean, these people are getting black.
Oh, real quick, John, before we lose Angel Tarot, it's 3 a.m. where she's at, and she's got a ghost story for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
Oh, right on. Hey, it's been a pleasure, though, John. I got a couple of things I need to round back to from the text chat. But, Goth Angel, if you're with us, yeah, tell us your ghost story. We want to hear it. We're dying to know.
Spit it out.
Rounding back, I want to bring up something special guest touched on because I'm bringing her back to ghost. So special guest has never had a ghost encounter.
Okay.
And we talk a bit about vibrational frequency being something that maybe helps us be antenna or whatever for these ghosts, or
Is he
maybe
just not buy it or what?
our receptiveness. No,
Go ahead.
he's definitely an open mind.
Okay.
I have a ghost story.
Goth Angel, go ahead anytime.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me, Bob?
Yes.
Hello.
Greetings.
I was like, I don't know if you can hear me.
I gotcha.
Love your accent.
My story's probably been hyped up way more than it should now.
No, it's fine.
I just wanted to tell you about this place in my hometown when I was like growing up. Obviously I'm from Australia, so you guys probably don't know where it is or anything. But there was this old like monastery building, and it was originally built in 1888. I'm like referring to notes because I wanted to make sure I told the story properly. It was built in 1888 as like a mansion originally, and then it was bought by a Catholic church and turned into a monastery. So a lot of like priests and like people like that would stay there. And then in the 1970s, there was like Catholic monks that lived there, and they all left in the 70s. So for like a few decades, the place was like abandoned, just untouched. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm telling this. So it was abandoned for like 4 decades or something, and then they knocked like a lot of walls down and rooms and stuff to rebuild, and turned it like the whole mansion into apartments, like little apartment blocks. Like it's a really big building. There would have been like a lot of different rooms.
Oh.
So because it already has like that old build history there, and then a lot of different religious people lived in there. One of my dad's friends was renovating when they started this, and they said they knocked down one of the walls into this like room that had like no doors or windows or anything. Like the only way to get into the room was to knock it down.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You had to actually bust into it. They had built a okay. Fuck. Ew.
And obviously they'd rebuilt over it or something like a long time ago, and it was sealed off, and they just found like mirrors in there and like chains and stuff in the room.
Whoa.
I don't know using it for like, I don't know what they were using it for, but that's like, that freaks me out. If it was like exorcism shit, or
if you have a hidden room that has chains in it, I'm gonna assume there was people in it.
Not true.
Some kind of kidnapping situation.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
creepy.
Maybe Christian Grey.
Christian Grey from forever ago just like left a sex room behind. Man, maybe you found the remnants of some H.H. Holmes shit, like some Albert Fish shit or something.
For sure, nothing was going on in that room.
Reminds me of the Da Vinci Code where that dude was flogging himself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you think the priests were locking sinners up and making them release the demon, if you will, or release the monster, whatever the fuck, the Arianthe, that shit that they your boss had people doing?
You're right. The monster inside me.
Because it's mirrors and chains.
I got a pretty crazy story.
Oh, what you got?
Alright, little context before I start the story. My mom was a crazy tweaker when I was growing up. And she had somehow managed to buy a trailer, like a double-wide trailer, and it was a pretty decent trailer. And we couldn't figure out why she got it so cheap. A little foreshadowing. And
So you ripped that carpet up.
No, dude. No. Yeah, that's actually part of it. Good point. So after we move in, and keep in mind, anybody that uses drugs, especially somebody who uses something like meth, actually will invite in negative spirit, negative entities. Meth really does create portals for demons. It's a long part of it. But so she was being a massive tweaker in this house, and I was getting touched on my legs, and my hair was getting pulled, and I was getting like stroked down my like calf area. And I kept telling her, Mom, there's a spirit here in this house. And you know, she already sees shadow people, so she starts freaking out about this spirit. And I start seeing this man walking from the laundry room, the hallway, would stop at the entrance to the living room, and he would just walk back and forth in this pattern between the laundry room and the living room, and that's it. But if you were sitting on the couch, he would tap on the ceiling, go across the ceiling, tap all the way down behind you, and stop behind your head. If you were sitting on the couch, you know, and your head was against the wall, he would stop tapping right behind your head. So finally, you know, and I've been practicing for many years by this point. I went over to my local like metaphysical shop, and I said, hey, listen, I've got this guy that's in my house, and he's causing a lot of problems. So I hook up with this other spiritual person, and he gives me some herbs and stuff to burn. And so I proceed to go into the laundry room, because that's where I felt him the strongest, and start asking questions. So I find out that the guy it was his house. So backtracking a little bit. So I did this ritual. I find out this information, that it's his house, that his wife is still alive, and that he will not leave the house until his wife dies, who happens to be in a nursing home, right? So that's about the most that I get. I find out that if I turn the laundry room light if I turn the laundry room light on, he stops walking around and shit. So one day my mom's getting ready for work, and she can't find her keys. And she is looking everywhere for her keys. And she goes outside, and the neighbor sees her like searching in the car and goes, hey man, what's going on? And she goes, oh, I can't find my keys. They're missing. And he goes, why don't you ask Bill where they are? And she goes, excuse me? Who? And he goes, Bill, the man who used to work there or live there. And she goes, what do you mean? So come to find out, this guy was in his late 70s, and he got caught molesting his niece. So he walked into the laundry room and blew his brains out with, get this, a 22. Right?
Oh, fuck. Jesus.
Here's the rub. They never replaced the carpets. They freaking shampooed the carpets, but never replaced them. So my mom walks back into the house. She walks into the laundry room and opens the drawer in the laundry room, and there are her fucking keys, dude. And so after that, we had to start talking to him, like, hey, Bill, you know what I mean? We started talking to him, and after a while, because I'm what they call a physical medium, so I can do a lot of like physical manipulation of stuff. And so when I figured out that he was like touching me and stuff, I started putting up these like barriers in the house. But that's one of the craziest stories about this. He didn't want to go to prison. You know what I mean? He didn't want to go to prison, so he walked in the laundry room and blew his brains out.
So he put himself into an internal prison.
Yeah.
A fucking 22, what the hell?
Yeah. Real quick, Goth Angel Tarot, you did great. Come back if you got more ghost stories. I know it's late for us, she's probably crashing, but come back. You did great.
Every Wednesday we do Paranormal Wednesday. Please come in and tell me more of your story.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's intense, man.
That's intense. Bill.
Hey, my father worked for HUD, the Housing and Urban Development. And back in the early 80s, I went with him to help him do some measurements for a place because he had to appraise these houses for being foreclosed for the banks or whatever. So we go into this one, and apparently there had been a big biker, shootout there. And in one place, the carpet was rolled back, and there was still blood stains all over the floor. That was creepy to me, So I can really relate to you. Carpet story, man. Yeah, I saw it myself. I was like, is that blood? And my stepfather goes, probably. And this is where this big battle had gone down between this group called the Pagans and somebody else, and it was heavy, man.
Word, that is.
There's full disclosure law when you buy a property that they have to disclose to you, right? What happens on the property. They never told us anything, and we couldn't figure out why it was so cheap to get into this place, dude. Yeah. Full on left the carpet. No hazmat.
Yeah, that's absolutely against the law. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Allie has a story.
Allie, get up in here.
I have a story.
Oh, here she
I'm
is.
so sorry.
Oh, there
I'm so
you go.
sorry.
Yeah. Tell us.
Okay, so I was 19 years old. I'm 34 now. So I was 19.
Girl, nuh-uh, that's a lie.
Oh my god, I love you so much.
I was like, wait, is she not 19?
No, I'm totally 34 and I'm about to turn 35. Oh my god, I hate it so much, but I love you. I love you. So I was 19 years old and I was moving out into my first apartment and I was at my parents' house and went to IKEA, bought a bunch of shit, and I was wrapping it up. And I was wrapping a bunch of glasses in like newspaper, right? And off to the side of me, right? Like I saw this one glass and it just shook back and forth. And I looked over at it and I was like, holy fuck, what in God's name just happened there? And so later on that night, I told my mom, I was like, Ma, I saw this glass and it was shaking back and forth. And she was like, oh God, talk to your older brother. My older brother, he lived in his own house, but he was over that day. And he was like, I told him and I was like, I saw this thing, blah, blah. And he was like, holy shit. I was sitting around and I saw a shoe rock back and forth just the same way I was telling him about the glass was. And he said, I saw the shoe rock back and forth and I looked over and I was like, oh, it must be a mouse, right? And then all the kitties, because we had like 4 or 5 cats at that time, cat people, like, sorry, but like
you can
we
never
had
have
lots
one.
You can never have one. You can never. They were all looking at the shoe as well, right? And so my brother was like, oh, what's going on there? I'm like, it's got to be a mouse. And all the kitties are looking at the shoe. And so he dumped out the shoe and there's nothing there, right? And he was like, oh shit. And anyways, that was why my mom was like, oh, you got to talk to your brother, blah, blah. Anyways, so afterwards I was like, okay, gonna move out. But then I moved out, but then obviously you have 4 or 5 cats at home and my parents go to the States because I'm a Canadian. So they go to the States for the winter, right? And so I have to come back to their house to live and whatever. So I'm living there and it's scary as hell, but like, it's like, wow, whatever. Like it's okay, but it's scary. I don't know. Anyways, I would always call my brother, the same guy who saw the shoe, and he would come over and we used to just egg the hell out of whatever was there. And we'd be like, oh yeah, tough guy. Like, oh yeah, you can do that? Then why don't you make the light, do something, Well, like we would just be... Yeah, we were just complete assholes. Like, oh yeah, you can't do that. You're weak sauce or whatever. Weak sauce. I never said that before.
Hey, yeah, no, I guess.
There's a first for everything on Merc Radio.
Chief has a way of like, if I don't want to do something, he'll just kind of like almost in my ear sometimes be like, pussy. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking do it twice now. You son of a bitch, I'm doing it.
Could you imagine egging on a ghost and being like, fucking weak sauce ghost, man. Weak sauce.
That's lame as shit.
I've done it before.
Hey, do you guys, I got a question for you. Do you guys feel that animals have a sixth sense for this sort of thing? That they can detect things we can't?
Yeah, I definitely do. I don't think they hold the same constraints that we have, just simply because we are raised in a way where we tell ourselves and we are told by people that we trust that these things don't exist, and so we can block them out. Animals do not.
Different hardware too, maybe different vibrational frequencies.
Yeah.
I got a great story about that.
Oh, do tell.
In my old house, I lived in Alaska. It was a 1940s, like World War II era Quonset hut.
Oh.
And we had like a mud room that was built on externally to the front of the house. Well, I found out that there was an old man that lived there that passed in the house, but he passed in that mud room. And so I'm sitting on the couch and I used to listen to this guy because a lot of spirits, you can hear them walking. So I used to listen to him walking back and forth in that mud room. So one day I'm sitting on the couch, and my dog Cyrus. I posted a picture of him in the post your pets.
He's so cute.
He's so cute. I'm looking at the door, and I'm watching this, and I'm watching Cyrus's head go back and forth, and I looked at him, and I was like, "You see that, buddy?" And he looks at me and goes, "Poof."
He's like, "Fuck yeah, I do. Do something."
Fuck. Cats are always tripping nuts, so I never take the opinion of a cat. But man, I've seen dogs like kind of trip out on stuff that I'm like, dude, there is nothing there. And then you kind of get that feeling, like that intrinsic field. You're like, ooh, shit, wait, oh. Ew.
Don't you tell them that nothing's there.
Yeah, but then, every time I've said it out loud, I feel like I felt something afterward, like, wait, and now we're just both staring at nothing.
What about what they say? They say stuff about like certain animal, like your pets can tell like that you may be dying.
Yes.
You know, they're
that's a big thing.
intuitive.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I have a friend who was recently diagnosed with breast cancer, and she has a cat who doesn't like anybody, but this cat kept laying on her chest.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what prompted her to go get checked out. And I mean, she didn't have any issues or anything, and so she was like, I don't know what's going on. But her cat was insistent.
Ooh.
Not just psychically, but their sense of smell too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another funny story.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, so I'm a cradle medium, so I've been seeing spirits since I was little, and it seems like every place my mom and I ever moved to, the house would be haunted. It just, I don't know if we brought it with us, but everywhere we went, there were spirits. So it's right around the time of the Northridge earthquake. I must have been, oh God, very young. I don't even know when was the 97? When was the Northridge earthquake?
Ooh, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, somewhere around 97.
So I was young, but this house that we had back then in the 90s. Do you remember those clear house telephones that would light up when they would ring?
Yes.
Yeah,
and it was in 94, by the way, my love.
Oh shit. Clarissa explains it all.
Exactly. So we had this telephone in this apartment, and it would just ring and ring and ring, and when my mom would pick it up, it would just be breathing on the other side. So she thought, okay, this is creepy. I'm going to unplug the phone at night. So she unplugs the phone at night, and it still frickin' rings and lights up, dude. No joke. So she's thinking to herself at this point, okay, there's something in this house. Well, one day she had gotten a check cashed, and she had put like a wad of money in her purse and set the purse on her bed. Well, these are like a few days I'm lumping together just to give you context. So she goes into her purse to go get the money, and the money's gone, and she is freaking out. I'm too young to have stolen it. I'm maybe 6. And so she's looking all over this freaking house, and she's freaking out. And a couple hours later, the money is back sitting on top of her purse. So that's one instance. Then on a Halloween, her and some friends get together, and they do a Ouija board in the house.
Oh, bad idea.
Well, I know Ouija boards get a bad rap, but people who don't know how to freaking use them are the ones who get the bad rap. Anyway,
That's why I was like, oh shit, bad idea.
Yeah, real bad idea. So her and her friends get together, and they do this Ouija board, and they come up with this girl's name, Heather, and apparently Heather was talking to them about dying of a heroin overdose in the house.
Oh shit.
And back then, we had something like, I don't know if you guys remember halogen lamps, where it was the tall floor lamp, and it was like a halogen bulb, and it would like start fires and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So on another day after that incident with the Ouija board, freaking the halogen lamp that was next to my mom's bed was picked up and laid diagonally across her bed. Okay. So this is... And it was on. And so after all of these things starting to happen in the house, it gets a little weird. Well, here comes the Northridge earthquake. So during the Northridge earthquake, we are on the second floor of the building. We're on the upper floor, and I remember so vividly the building swaying back and forth, and me trying to make it to my mom's room, which was across the hall from my room.
Holy
shit. I remember being picked up off the ground, my feet not touching the ground, and being guided into my mom's room without touching the ground, and then dumped at the foot of her bed.
Holy shit.
Holy,
That was fucked me up.
holy shit! Man, the viciousness of a fucking earthquake. That's fucking crazy.
Oh shit.
Trying to get to her room, and I remember the feeling of somebody picking me up under the armpits and like guiding me to her room. So not only was this lady kind of like mischievous, but to some degree she like protected me during the freaking earthquake, which is just so bananas.
That's what I'm
kind
kind
of
of.
precious, though.
It's kind of what I'm jaw dropped by. Like this kind of almost fits in like the. Did you get the feeling of like I don't know. Like I hate to use the word angelic. I guess what I mean is more like of a full sentient spirit. Like how did those?
Wait,
how
you
did those-
gotta be sentient if you're gonna do that, you know?
Exactly.
That lady was fully sentient. I just don't think she particularly liked my mom, but I know she definitely liked me.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you'll run into those spirits or ghosts or what have you that will definitely hold the adult to their bullshit.
I think that the girl had died from a heroin overdose, and at the time, my mom and dad were fighting because my dad was a heroin addict. So I think every time my dad would come to the house, that lady would start fucking shit up.
Yeah. What did you say, Allie?
Hey, I think your stream just got banned.
My what?
Your YouTube stream looked like it just got banned.
Yeah, it says stream suspended for policy violations.
What? Really?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Who?
My YouTube is all good. What's going on?
Brenda Tron said the same thing.
This is every friggin' Wednesday.
What is this?
Stream unavailable.
My YouTube is totally fine. Here in
Really?
Japan, it's totally fine.
Oh, it must just be a troll.
Do you think it's because I use the word heroin out loud?
No. Somebody tried to report it, but I'll appeal it.
Why?
Just trolls. People mad they probably got kicked out of the Discord. Yeah.
Can I finish my story? I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be a bitch or anything.
Yes, please do.
Is that?
I'm sorry. Is that off?
No, not at all. Is everything on YouTube okay? Like, is it okay if I tell my story now, or is it a bad time?
On our end, the stream is down, so baby, you can talk about anything.
Yeah, you can talk about anything.
I want to hear it. YouTube.
I don't have a notification from YouTube of a strike or anything.
I'm still watching you on YouTube here, where I'm at. I'm still watching you, so I don't know.
Oh, it's just a stateside. It might just be a timeout.
All right, well, here I want to come on. I want to come on.
Oh,
wait. Where am I?
Are we back? I think we're back.
Debbie said a ghost done it.
You're right, though.
Seriously, you guys should see my lights right now. It's freaking me out. I shut them off completely, and they turned on by themselves.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so we're back. Cool.
Oh, we're back? Yeah, it
What is
probably
that all
got
about?
checked because I'm good with YouTube.
Allie, my love, tell the rest of your story. I'm interested.
I want to. Oh, stream unavailable. Oh yeah, okay. It came here a lot later.
Oh no.
Oh, it'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back.
I totally wanted to be like show my face. How do I show my face?
Camera.
Yeah, show your beautiful face.
Yeah, come on.
How do I do that?
Yeah, I'll do it with you. If you're sure.
How do I pushed a button and nothing's happening.
So down where it says voice connected, hit video.
Is it the?
Are you on a phone or a computer?
I'm on a iPad. I did it before, like back
Are
in the
there
day.
4 dots at the bottom of the screen?
The bottom of the screen, if I click, it's like video. Oh, okay.
There you are.
It could have been
Hi.
maybe Ghostwood. I don't know. I bet you anything it was just a troll trying really hard.
Could be the ghost.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, back in the day, we had the whole like everything was normal in the house, and then I was moving out, and then the glass, like the glass that I had, was like shaking or whatever. And then I talked to my brother, and he said the shoe was shaking and whatever. And then I moved out, and then of course I had to come back and live in the house again right away because the parents went to go live in the States. So I had to take care of all the kitties. And so anyways, my brother would always come over because I was super, super scared. And so we started egging everything on, right? Egging it on and being like, oh yeah, you can do something, then do it. You're just the little stupid pussy bitch. Like, oh my God, we were just terrible. But I should actually preface this with, oh, you're back online. I see you on YouTube now. Hello.
Oh.
I should start this with all of this started beforehand. The neighbor across the street from us, his wife died of cancer, and the husband, after she died, was like, I'm gonna move to Hawaii, so I'm gonna sell everything in my house. So my stepdad was like, oh, I'm gonna buy the entire bedroom set of which your wife died in, like, you know, and I'm gonna put it in our basement. Not the mattress, but like, I'm talking the bed frame, the like side tables, the absolutely everything, the lamps, down to the lamps, right? Like everything in that room except for the mattress, I'm gonna buy, and I'm gonna put it in my basement, right? Because we didn't have anything in the basement. Anyways, 2 weeks after he bought everything, she died. It was 3 months after he bought it. 2 weeks after he bought everything and put it in the basement, all of a sudden, all this crazy shit started happening, right? And then my parents were like, yeah, we're going to fucking California, bye. And I was like, okay, great. I'm gonna live here by myself after all this shit. And then all this shit started happening. I brought my brother always came over, and it was just always him and I, and we always were like egging shit on. And after about a year, right, of like doing everything, so my parents were like, it was a year, and then my parents had gone back. It was like the next winter. Parents had gone back to California. So my brother and I were there again, and we're sitting there, and we're just like, oh yeah, like you can't do anything. You're just like a little stupid bitch. Like just the stupidest shit you could do.
This precious voice just said you're a stupid bitch.
You're a stupid bitch. Come on.
That was so sweet. The sweetest.
It was not very sweet what happened, because like literally my brother and I are sitting on this one couch. Like he's sitting on the couch, I was sitting next to him because I was all freaked out. And I'm sitting next to him on the couch, and there's another couch like perpendicular. So we're sitting on this couch, and he's sitting there, like there's another couch on the other side of the room, perpendicular, right?
Okay, yeah, hell yeah, angled.
And so we're sitting there, and we're freaked out. So we stopped, you know, as in Canada we say beaking off, like just being little shitheads. We stopped that. But then all of a sudden, I'm not fucking lying. This dude, like it was a complete shadow figure, super tall. He just walks, because like, I don't know, whatever the room's here, he walks into the room, and he sits down on the fucking couch. And my brother and I are like, oh, no, right? Like, what the fuck just happened, right?
Oh,
and then all of a sudden you hear this walking, right? Like it's because like you have the room we're sitting in, and the kitchen is kind of connected, but you can't see it. And all of a sudden we hear this walking, you know, and you hear kong, 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 like big boots or whatever, and another shadow figure, full on fucking like black shadow figure, walks into the room behind the couch, and then turns around and walks back, and then turns around and walks back. Like that's all he did was just turn around and walk back. Dude sat on the couch, and my brother and I are sitting there, and we're holding hands, and we're like, oh my God, like, we have to stop this, right? And then another black shadow figure comes up from behind the couch.
Whoa.
He was a short one, really short. I don't know why, but it's like...
He's like, hey, I'm here too!
Hey guys!
Woo!
He was like 5'3". I'm not even like... And so my brother and I are sitting there, and I literally, like, probably like pee your pants, like, time. We didn't pee our pants, but we were both sitting there, and I'm grabbing his hands, and he's grabbing mine. And I had just gotten back from, like, super duper religious boarding school, right? And so I had been, like, drilled into me all these, like, you know, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and blah, blah. And my mom, who had always been, like, a kind of like a, like, she always had paranormal experiences, if you will, back in the day, and she said that once back in the day that there was a ghost in her house, and she was so fucking mad about it that she lost her mind, and she just fucking screamed at it for like about 30 minutes. She just screamed and screamed and screamed, like, you get the fuck out of my house, you know, like, this is my house.
That's
you know?
how I get with them shits, yeah.
That's
and
good,
she
though,
said,
because that's what you have to do to take your home back sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And literally, she said after she fucking screamed for 30 minutes, everything stopped. So I knew that from growing up, and then I had just had all these like Catholic, like Catholicism, whatever, like prayers drilled into my head. And so, anyways, dude is sitting on the couch, and like, okay, I got a couch behind me, and I am not lying when I say this. This was the fucking scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. That shadow figure sat on the couch. I'm wearing pajama pants. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. I'm wearing gym shorts. I'm also in pajamas.
I don't even have pants on, so
I love it.
Yeah, it's a radio station. You're good.
So, the guy, who's all black shadow figures, we're sitting on this side of the room or whatever, on the perpendicular couch, right? And dude, literally, he walks in, he sits down on the couch, he puts one leg over the other, like this, and then he puts both hands there, and he's just black shadow, but you can see everything. And then he does this, and he just looks at us, right? That's all he did. And you had dude walking in the background, you had guys standing behind him on the couch, and he just did this. I mean, just, anyways, I flipped the fuck out. I stood up, and I was like, in the name of Jesus! You know, and for literally about 20 minutes, I just went off, and I was like, you get the fuck out of here, like, just lost my mind. And I was like, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, our Father who art in heaven, and fuck you, you know, like, I just went off.
That's beautiful.
For about 20 minutes, and after that, he just, like, dude, just, like, not after, but, like, soon after, dude just, he was sitting on the couch, and he just sort of just, and everybody, dude walking in the background and dude standing behind the couch, everyone just sort of just faded out. And it was a bright room. Like, it was not like it was a black room and no one could see anything. Like,
right.
It was a bright room, and we saw fucking three people wow, standing in our fucking room. And
holy shit.
So anyways, I screamed at them, and then everyone just sort of just, like, I don't even know how you say it, just like, you know, and yeah, and then afterwards, the whole year and a half haunting or so that we had was just zero. It was gone. It was gone.
That's crazy.
I know it sounds fucking insane. I know it sounds insane.
No, honey, not at all.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Literally, my brother and I were sitting there, and for a year and a half, we were just like, "Oh, you can't do anything, you little pussy bitch," right? And then all of a sudden, it was like, it was like, honest to God, like fucking like lights going crazy, shit. Like we had a cat toy that used to hang, right, and we tied it up on the end of the stairway, right, and it was a cat toy on a rope, right, and it used to hang like whatever. And then one night we were like, oh, you can't do anything, and this fucking cat toy, and I swear, I keep telling you I'm not lying, because it just, all this shit sounds crazy as fuck, but this cat toy,
well, it sounds crazy to
up.
live through, but I mean, I'm believing you.
This cat toy went up in the air and started moving back and forwards like this, like just like stupidly, but it was up in the air, not hanging, it was up. And that's when we were like, get the fuck out of here, bruh! You know, like, oh my God, yeah.
See,
I'm telling you, I'm not lying. This shit happened, and we saw people. So much shit happened.
Oh.
This shit's fucking nuts.
I believe you. I do.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby girl. Thank you.
I feel like I've shit talked ghosts into throwing a fake apple at me for sure. Like I've done that. Like the last Ghost Stories episode, I talked about living in that hospice house where it's like I got to where they were like roommates, and I was like, "Fuck off, you old bitches."
Do you want my shit talk to ghost story?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a ghost.
I'm gonna take myself off. How do I take myself off? Okay. Video, bye-bye.
You have a good one. It's a pleasure.
I'm still here. I'm still listening. Just okay. Video. Goodbye.
She wants to drink her drink in private.
Thank you.
I don't even know if this qualifies as a ghost story, because the being I'm talking about is not a ghost. He's somebody I've worked with for the last 5 years. And not because I want to, just because he hangs out in my office. He calls himself a demon. He likes to call himself the Beast. And I'm like, okay, but you're not that scary. You know? Like, you can't call yourself the Beast and not be a beast.
Yeah.
And so I whenever I first started working there, he used to freak me out, because he would just like come around the corner and kind of like, as I can see that shit. And so I'm like, I know you're there, you're not gonna scare me. And that kind of made him mad. So one day I was walking through our middle room, which was our pendulum room. It is not now because of COVID. We can't bring you inside. So I was walking through that room one day when it was still used for readings and stuff. And I had just said, you don't fucking scare me. You're going to have to be better than that. And when I walked through the room, there was 25 chairs set up. Why? Because we have 25 people on our tour. And all 25 of those chairs flew out from the wall toward me. And I was like,
Jesus Christ.
All right, okay, I hear ya. Quit fucking throwing things at me, though.
Good.
That's scary as hell, isn't it?
It scared me. I'm not gonna lie.
That's scary as shit.
But I didn't know how to respond to it in the moment, and I was just like, all right, okay, I hear ya.
Oh, man. So. Oh yeah, back to I had a kind of a question for you, Merc Mystics.
Yes, sir.
I want to, like, someone like special guest. What advice could you give somebody who maybe has an open mind, but is maybe frustratingly so never had contact with a ghost?
Don't shit talk them.
Don't shit talk them.
No, you really shouldn't.
That's the 100%. Opposite of my advice. Do not shit word.
Yeah, really don't shit talk them.
The whole point of my story was that we just egged on nothing. It was, at first it was very benign, and we just were like, oh, it's a ghost, let's shit talk it. And we did it for a year, and it turned into black fucking shadow figures walking into our fucking room. Like, do not shit talk. Just do not do it.
Yeah, I always get really nervous, because I have people that come in a lot that walk into the catacombs, and they're just like, there's fucking ghosts in here, and they just start out that it's very Zach Bagans. And I'm like, hey, can you not? Because I kicked Zach Bagans out of my office once, and I'll do it again.
That guy is such a douchebag. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm so sorry if anyone
absolutely
doesn't feel that way.
I'm not even afraid to say it. We met each other one time. He's a fucking idiot, and I'm okay saying that publicly. And I hope he hears it, because I told him that to his face, and I hope the entire internet knows that he is a grade A douchebag.
Everybody thinks he
I
is.
kicked him out of
Absolutely.
my office. I kicked him out of my office.
Thank you, girl. Thank you. That is
Because
just, oh my god.
he walked in and he wanted to know, he's asking me questions and I'm telling him, and he just starts to fucking egg him on, and I'm like, what are you doing?
He's like, I'm trying to
Don't
rile
do
these
that.
ghosts up, boy. I want to catch them all on camera. And it's like, no, stop. I work here, bitch.
Yeah, please don't do that. And I was like, I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to start calling some of the oldest hauntings in town bitches.
Yeah.
And going, bet you won't. And so he turns to me and he goes, well, what do you know? You just work here. And I was like, get the fuck out.
You.
Absolutely.
What do I know? I just work here. Get the fuck out.
That
What do you
man.
know?
You
You're
literally
just
just asked the local witch what they know. What the fuck?
You literally just asked a local witch and somebody who identifies as, I don't like using the word psychic. There's a lot of stigma to it. You literally just asked me what I'm seeing here, what's going on here, and then you have the audacity to, in my office, go, what do you know? You just work here?
I don't come to your parlor stirring up a poltergeist, you asshole.
Bitch, go. He'd like it if I did, though.
Yeah, he'd probably be like, oh, thank God.
He'd just thrive on it.
Yeah, he's got.
I will say, okay, so they did an episode at the Crescent Hotel, and I can debunk that entire episode for you. There was a time where the door was not locked on the Crescent, and so my boss walked in. The disembodied voices you hear in their show was just my boss downstairs going, but the door wasn't locked. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you, Zach. You can't even get the Crescent to interact with you, and they interact with everyone.
I've had spooky ass shit happen to me at the Crescent. The Crescent's scary.
Yeah.
It can get
Well,
scary.
then they started talking about this demon that's in the Crescent. I've never heard of the demon in the Crescent in my entire life, and I've been here my entire life. The
One of
demon
the ghosts was
story.
just trolling him.
Yeah, well, the demon story came from me because I said there's someone that hangs out in the catacombs, and I hesitate to call him a demon. That's what he calls himself, but he's not spooky. He does like no demon shit.
Oh,
You know?
he's just down there being Richard Ramirez masturbating at security guards.
Yeah, basically.
It's like, you're not
And
a
like I
demon.
said, he calls himself the Beast. That story came from me in my office downtown, not even at the Crescent.
Damn. it's
Jesus
not
Christ.
even-
But nobody in like the whole like ghost hunting realm respects Zach Bagans. Like everyone knows that is just such a load of fucking garbage. Like,
Yeah, he got really mad because I called him Zach Baggins.
Yeah.
why did he get mad about that?
I don't know, but he goes, my last name's Bagans. And I was like,
fuck
ooh.
off. Ooh.
I'm aware. I just don't respect you. Get out.
Yeah, we all know, dude. We
You should know my last name.
So here's how he introduced himself when he walked into my office. He goes, hey, I'm sure you know who I am, but we're filming a show. And I'm like, and I did know who he was, but I was like, no, I don't know who you are at all.
Good.
But we're I'm sure you know who I am.
Already he was pissed off about that, eh?
Yeah, I'd already made him mad because I was like, who are you?
No, I don't recall. What's your name?
Oh, shit. Oh, gang. Kick over to a break real quick. I gotta go use the restroom.
While you're on break, Erica, can we see your lights?
Yeah.
She's been talking about her lights flashing on and off.
Hold on. YouTube's
Girl, I
gonna
just want to see.
YouTube's gonna be seeing a break, but we'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you guys. I trust you all implicitly.
I'm here. I'll ban you out of this fucking chat if you want to be
Yeah.
stupid.
We got you. Yeah.
Arianthi, I sent it to you
I want to go watch.
on Instagram. I don't know how to get the video.
Everybody? Yeah.
Oh, puppy!
Hey, how'd everyone say? I'm recovering from my little incident that I had.
Did you try the pumpkin, the canned pumpkin?
Yeah, I haven't gotten him to eat it yet, but I'm trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just mix it in the food.
I'm trying to. He just used the bathroom, and he did that thing where like he scoots, and I'm trying to look at his rear end now to make sure he didn't like make it worse or rip a scab off or anything.
There we go.
But he doesn't like me looking at it or putting medicine on it or anything. He likes to hide his butt. Keeps it real low to the ground, or he'll stay sitting down to where I can't look at nothing. When he sees me get the cotton ball out and put the antibiotic on the cotton ball, he starts growling. He starts growling at me.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. You want to say hi to everybody? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Erica, that's fucking scary.
Right? It's been doing it the entire stream.
That's pretty scary. I love that it's doing it the whole stream though.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Like it couldn't have picked a better day to do it.
Yeah, never happened in my life. Never.
Just for the sake of everybody, I just want to take a moment and say that we are surrounded by light, that those who love us and protect us walk beside us at every moment, every day, and there is no entity, personality, or person who could ever invade that or hurt us. I put a shroud of light around everybody, and we are protected and guided.
That's right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm having a tiny bit of anxiety.
Yeah, that kind of scares me, I'm not gonna lie.
What happened?
For it to do it. My lights, they keep turning themselves on and off in different colors, and it's never ever done. I've lived here a long time, and it's never done that.
What a day to do it, huh?
Sometimes when spirits are trying to interact with this, they can make the lights flicker.
If you go back in the beginning of the stream, you can clearly see it do it. Like,
oh wow! I've had some pretty crazy stuff happen to me ever since I was a child, like real young.
Tell us some of your stories.
Oh, by the way, I think Stan already clipped it and put it in the Discord if you want to see it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Italian.
Oh, okay. So basically, I used to live in the city, in Roanoke City, and when I was real young, and then we ended up, my mom inherited a house from, I guess it would be her grandmother, so it'd be my great grandmother. So we got out of the city, moved to the county, away from all the craziness. Like, I don't know how many times when I was younger, when we lived in this big house in the city, our house would get breaking into in the middle of the night, or even during the day when my dad was at work and I was just home with my mom. But so we got out of that area and moved to the county where it was safe. And so then when we moved into the house that my mother inherited, that my grandmother died in, I guess she'd be my great grandmother, that's when a lot of weird stuff started happening. Like, I would lay in bed at night and I would hear someone whisper my name in my ear while I was laying in bed at night. Like, I would hear, like in my ear, I would hear that.
That's creepy as hell.
Yeah, and then like there was several nights, my bedroom, from where I would lay in the bed, I could actually lay in the bed and it was facing towards the kitchen, so I could see like the kitchen table and the kitchen counter and the refrigerator. So there was actually one night I would see the refrigerator door open, right? Well, when my grandmother was alive before she died in that house, she had the same routine every night. She would fill up a pitcher of water and put it in the refrigerator, and then when she would get thirsty in the middle of the night, she would go and get and pour a glass of water. I would lay in bed at night after we moved in this house after she died, and I would watch this refrigerator door open, and I would literally watch the pitcher of water come out of the fridge, hover across the kitchen, and sit on the counter. And every morning, I would get up, and I would hear my mom and my dad argue with each other about who left that pitcher of water on the counter and didn't put it back in the fridge. My mom would accuse my dad of it. My dad would accuse my mom of it. Then they would accuse me of doing it. Like, it was crazy. And then when I would tell them what I was laying in bed seeing, they'd be like, oh, no, you didn't see that. Like, they didn't believe me. Well, then we're gonna fast forward to when I was probably like 14, maybe. I wanted to get a Ouija board and experiment with a Ouija board, right? So I ended up getting a Ouija board, and my mom and dad actually sat with me in the living room, and we kind of like messed around with it to see if it would work. And it started the planchette or whatever you call it started moving, and so like we were all accusing each other of moving it because we didn't really believe a spirit was actually moving the planchette. So my dad thought my mom was doing it, my mom thought my dad was doing it, and then like I thought one of them was doing it, and then one of them thought I was doing it. So I got frustrated, and I just said out loud, if there really is a spirit here, give us a sign, because I'm not believing this. Right after I said that, a picture flew off the wall and landed on the ground, and the glass in the picture shattered. Well, after that, I took off running. I ran out of the house and went running straight down the road, like I was gone.
Bail the fuck out. I would bail the fuck out.
He takes off running and he never stops.
And I just started running. Yeah. Me when I see a snake, like, whew.
Yeah, so after that, I started having even more weird experiences. There was one night, fast forward from when I was 14, that happened when I was like 14. I was probably 15 or 16 a year or two later. And then I remember I was taking a shower one night. And have you ever like just been anywhere in your house or just anywhere in general, and you just get that weird vibe, like someone standing behind you watching you?
100%.
100%. I got that vibe when I was in the shower, and I'm like, this is weird. What's going on? Like, I felt like somebody was watching me in the shower. So I just shrugged it off, and I was like, nah, maybe I'm just being paranoid. So I start rinsing the soap off my body, right? I look up at the shower nozzle, and I swear to God, the shower nozzle goes and moved all the way up. Like, it didn't go down, it moved up.
Ooh. See, I've seen light switches actually
cool.
physically move and shit. I've seen some poltergeisty shit. Word, that'd freak me the fuck out. I'd be like, ah!
Yeah. So after that, I told my mom and dad about it. I actually went running through the house naked. Water all over the carpet and the floor and everything. And my parents was like, what kind of drugs are you on? Go put some clothes on. You're getting water all over the house. So,
say, unless you slip me the spice melange, bitch, I'm seeing the past. And I'm out.
After that, my dad decided to burn the Ouija board. So he like took it out to the fire pit and just burned it. Well, after he burned it, I started having a lot of weird stuff happen after that. And even to this day, I'm 35 years old and I still have weird stuff happen. But I heard from somewhere that you're not even supposed to burn Ouija boards. Like,
yeah.
But I don't know. But that's what we did. We burned it. And even to this day, I have weird paranormal stuff that happens. Like my grandfather, which is my mom's father, he was in the Air Force, and he literally he blew his brains out in my kitchen.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and I actually come walking in on Christmas Eve night and found my granddad laying there with brains, pieces of skull, blood all over the kitchen. Like it was, I was 4 when that happened. And so and
how
then
traumatic.
And then I actually live in the house that happened in now. And then since that happened, I've had about 3 more family members die in this house. So there's been like 4 or 5 people in my family that's died in this house. So that could be why I have a lot of weird paranormal stuff happen here.
Very much so, yeah. You in and of yourself are the trigger object.
Yeah. I have a lot of weird stuff happen here. Like I could go on for hours and just talk about the weird stuff that's happened to me. Like, it's insane. Yeah. And it's weird, though. You know what's weird, though, is, like, it'll stop for a little bit. Like, it'll go, like, a week. maybe even 2 weeks, and nothing weird will happen. And then all of a sudden, within the snap of a finger, it'll just start back up. And it'll happen like for a few days, for a few weeks, and then stop.
That's
Like,
totally normal. That's totally normal. That's
Yeah.
totally normal. Like, it just totally stops, and then it starts again, and then
Yeah.
it stops, and then it starts.
Oh.
Totally normal.
Yeah, I almost forgot to tell y'all this. This is insane. This has happened to me twice. In my whole entire life, it's only happened twice, but it has happened. It happened to me a couple years ago when I was staying at my dad's. And then it happened to me a couple weeks ago here at my house, actually. Just had spent a little over 15 grand and had a new electric box panel put in, all new furnace put in, AC unit, all that. Had all new stuff put in. And the old stuff we used to have here is we would heat with like propane gas, like natural gas. It's like the most expensive heat you could heat your house with.
Yeah.
It was over $1,000 a month to heat the house when we were heating it that way. But we got it all electric now and changed everything out. Well, brand new furnace, everything's new, right? So a couple weeks ago, we had a day where it was like 75 degrees outside. So I cut the air on for a little bit, and then when it got kind of cool in the house, I just shut everything completely off when it got like 70 in the house. So like it said off on the thermostat. Nothing is on. No fans are on, like it's off. Everything was off all day long. Well, went to bed that night, heard the furnace kick on. The furnace kicked on and ran for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes and then kicked off.
Ooh.
And I got up, and from my bed to where the thermostat is on the wall in the hallway is like 5 feet away. I walk in there and look at it, and it says off.
Oh.
Holy shit.
And the same thing happened when I was staying the weekend at my dad's. My dad had a place at the time a couple years ago that he would have to fill an oil barrel up to use oil heat. Well, at the time, there was no oil left in the barrel. Like, it was bone dry. And he was using those Amish infrared heaters.
Yeah.
At the time for heat. Well, I remember laying in the bed sleeping, and I woke up in the middle of the night and heard the furnace kick on at my dad's. And I'm like, how is this happening? Because one, there's no oil in the barrel. Two, the thermostat on the wall is turned off. I really got freaked out when I went to the back bedroom to where the furnace was at, and opened into this old closet door and got back there and looked at the furnace. The furnace was literally unplugged from the wall. There was no power going to the furnace.
Interesting.
So how does an old furnace kick on and run for like 5 minutes when there's no oil in the barrel and the furnace ain't even plugged up?
So
it doesn't.
So in theory, things like Annabelle, right? So items can kind of hold possessed qualities, yes?
Yes. So here's what kind of I caught, and as I don't know if you can back me up on this, or if you're gonna go, no, you're stupid.
I'm not gonna say that.
So
never say that.
Sometimes there's something called residual energy. So if there was ever somebody in the house that had a habit of going and turning the furnace on, they liked it warmer in there, they will go back and they will turn it on over and over and over again.
Wow, yeah.
Like I have somebody who, if I leave my office at about 1 a.m. Every single night, this woman walks past me and she goes, "Excuse me, darling, can you point me to the Allred?" And I'm like, "Yes, ma'am, it's up the street." And she does it every single night.
And do you actually see her? Like, you see her full body?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
So it's kind of like residual energy.
Residual energy, yeah.
Yeah, and she's in the same spot every single night. Every single night, if I leave at 1 a.m., I know at 1:01 I'm going to encounter her at the top of the stairs.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I wonder, when people like that experience stuff like that, I wonder if maybe the reason we don't experience stuff like that is because maybe, just maybe, hear me out, maybe the past, the present, and the future which we're not there yet. Maybe time isn't like what we think it is. Maybe the past, present, and future is all combined, and
It's all
sometimes they interlap with each other.
Interesting.
A fabrication of the hardware in which we use to perceive the world. I think about that a lot. I think about what the world would look like without time, right? If everything was in the now, we would look like worms all writhing on top of each other.
Yeah, now here's the thing about this woman that I encounter every single night. She's not there. She's not there. That's not her spirit.
Right.
It's just a carbon copy. It's something she had done before. And I have no stories of a woman dying. But there's a ton of stories of women dying at the Allred because it was used as essentially a whorehouse.
But like maybe
do you see like actual full on like full body? I'm so sorry to cut
No,
anyone
you're
off.
fine.
Like,
Go ahead.
do you actually see like it's a full on like full human? Like it's not like you see through them. Like it's a full on human, and she's like, "Howdy, ma'am." Like,
yeah, kind of. Have you ever seen something like through like you've accidentally videotaped over something and you see it as almost a staticky imprint? Does that make sense? That's kind of what it is. That's kind of how I see it. Is she walks by and she goes, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you point me to the Allred?" And I'm like, "Yep, it's right up here on the right." And she goes, "Thank you." And then that's it. That's all I see.
Yeah.
but she says thank you at the time that you tell her. That almost seems intelligent. Like it almost seems intelligent. You know what I mean?
I truly don't believe so.
It can interact in types of moments. So because Arianthe maybe has a certain type of hardware and is in a certain type of position to be able to interact with that segment of the worm, if you will, if you were to keep imagining the world.
If I leave at midnight, she's not there. If I leave at 1:05, she's not there. It is specifically at 1:01 every single night.
There you go. See, I think it has
If
something
you
to do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you don't answer her, does she still say thank you, ma'am?
I don't know. I've never not answered it. It feels rude.
That's another reason it talks to you.
I would be very curious to know what role Arianthe is playing in that death scenario for that lady. So is it a gentleman that she had previously spoken to? Is it, you know what I mean? Because if it's a memory or if it's a loop, then obviously that person that Arianthe is portraying for her at that moment, you know, I'd be interested to know if that's like the last person she spoke to, or if that
exactly,
you know.
But it just feels rude not to tell her.
Yeah.
Now, it is no longer the Allred Hotel. It hasn't been the Allred Hotel in a very, very long time. It's now the New Orleans Hotel. And so when she says, every single night, it's, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you point me to the Allred Hotel?" "Yes, it's up there on the right. Thank you." And that's it.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's really insane, yo. That's insane.
Ooh,
I mean, like not like crazy, but that's crazy, yo.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wanted.
A really small Victorian town, right? It was built a very long time ago. I say a very long time ago, and anybody who lives in any other part of the world is like, okay. But I'm talking, 1870s is whenever it started to get built up. And there was a lot of, our entire town was essentially built on death.
Our family was there building it too, by the way. So that's how long our genetics have been there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm Choctaw and I'm Irish. It was built by Irish stonemasons, so kind of feel like spiritually I am tethered here.
Yeah, but honestly, that's maybe why that she always like that you always encounter her at that specific time, but why you always encounter her. Perhaps other people at that exact time maybe don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So we also
have you had coworkers that have experienced her?
No, but I don't have any coworkers that are particularly inclined to be interested in such things. I don't have any coworkers that are.
Maybe that's why she doesn't approach other people, because she doesn't see their energy. Like, she knows they're not open-minded like we are.
Maybe, or maybe she does, and they just don't realize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we do
Ari,
have,
wasn't it?
we have a documented bank robbery that happened where a guy, his name was George, ran down the stairs right in front of my office and was shot and killed by the police. I see him all the time, and it's just residual. He just runs down the stairs every single time. And I'm like, careful, George, every time. But I know he's not going to listen to me. He's not
that
there.
might be his hell.
There's no
Shit,
spirit
that's
there.
incredible.
With I want to.
Absolutely no one there, and it's just George running from the middle of the street down the stairs. And I find it humorous for myself to be like, "Careful, George, they're gonna shoot you,"
Yeah. I have a question for the Merc
Holy
Mystics.
shit.
Is there a way to break break one of those, or is that just kind of part of the Earth now?
Yes.
It's
If it's a residual, I don't think you can interrupt it. That's just my opinion. I don't know about anyone else.
I mean, I could
Hey,
be
speaking
rude
of-
and ignore her.
You can.
Oh, sorry.
You can stop them. You can, but it's not always pleasant.
Oh,
No, I
Have you
feel like
ever heard of ley lines?
And
Yes.
typically something you wouldn't want to do out in the public where a lot of these haunted.
no, I definitely don't want to do that in public.
Gotcha.
Hey, one thing, guys. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Question for you. Have you ever, okay, you were talking about residual stuff, and the other gentleman up there, what, Italian Stallion, man? Is that you? Hey, greetings, I'm John. Anyway. So, here's the thing. All right. Decades ago, I read an article that they claim this is true. Okay. And there's a scientific explanation, but it still freaks me out. Apparently, some guy somewhere in the country was watching TV when suddenly he had the ability, the television did, to pull in a signal of a perfect broadcast, but it was like from 1955.
Whoa.
Okay. I mean, and it lasted for like maybe 45 minutes, he said, right? But he got some show, and he got, maybe some news, something to indicate he wasn't just watching, Nickelodeon, okay? TV Land, okay? Commercials of the time and everything. And and it was unexplainable, but they tried to explain scientifically that the signals could still be floating around out in the air, and just somehow the conditions are just right that those signals could be pulled in and seen. And to me, it sounds like time travel,
Yeah. That's a crazy theory. That's
The Philadelphia experiment, where they sent the boat potentially through time.
Did you say Philadelphia experiment?
I want to say Philadelphia. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. It's the fucking one with the giant fucking ship. It showed up in the show Loki. If you guys are MCU
I
fans.
think that was the Philadelphia experiment. I
Yeah.
think so.
They potentially were experimenting with experimental fucking technology that's maybe sent a ship through time, but also fused people to the ship. And it's Philadelphia Project. Okay. But I think, what if there is something to, again, like time is one of those unquantifiable abstracts that's just kind of might just be an illusion of our hardware. What if maybe actual hardware we create isn't necessarily always limited to what we can perceive? We know that with certain things like infrared.
Well, I like the what do you call it? The theory that was created in that movie Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve and oh my God, Jane Seymour. A beautiful movie, right? He wants to get back to Jane Seymour, who's in 1912. Okay, and even though he's a guy of contemporary times, he's like a director of stage plays in 1980 when the movie was made, and so this old lady walks up to him, gives him a pocket watch, and then he spends the rest of the movie talking to different people, trying to figure out how to reach this woman back in her prime. And a teacher tells him that he doesn't know if it's legit or not, but he knows he was in Venice somewhere, okay, and he was laying in his bed, and somehow the conditions were just right that it was science fiction, but he was able to walk over to the window, and outside he saw everything from the 17th century, because that's when this place was built. And so he said, his theory was that it could be possible to hypnotize yourself to get back to where you want to be. Okay. But you have to get rid of everything contemporary around you. And so he Christopher Reeve tries it, and he has a cassette player that he has constantly pumping in, his own voice saying, it is 1912, it is 1912. But then he realized he couldn't do it because the tape recorder is new. So he shoves that under the bed, and he keeps on trying, and he makes it. Okay, he gets back. Now, the only way he's finally thrust back to nowadays is because he pulls a penny out of the suit. He went to a costume shop and bought clothes at the time, so he wouldn't look too weird. And he gets to the girl. They're spending the night together. They're having a great time. They have a great relationship. And about a week later, after they're together, he goes to put on the suit, and he says, "Yeah, it's got all these pockets." And he pulls out the penny, which zaps him right back to 1979. Right. So then he tries desperately to go right back up to his room. He even goes and stays at this old hotel. Okay, beautiful place. And he stays in there so that he can capture this old, vibe, But he gets thrust back. So he goes back to his room and tries to re-hypnotize himself to the point where they found him starved to death laying in his bed. So my point being, this story, it's not the Philadelphia experiment. Hold on, there's a truck coming. Hold on. Sorry. Anyway, it's not the Philadelphia experiment, but in real life, some guy was able to capture signals of broadcast television from the 50s for like 45 minutes on his modern TV. And they say that it's possible that those signals might be floating around indefinitely in the atmosphere. And if you can harness it, you could actually do that.
Yeah.
Now, and I don't know. It blows my mind, though. I just remember from something you guys were talking about. I was like, oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Did y'all
it
hear
really
about?
happened.
Did y'all hear about the guy that? This is a true story. Did y'all hear about the guy that traveled? He went on vacation with his wife, and I'm trying to remember the name of the state that they visited, but I can't remember the name of the state. I have to do some more research. But he went. His wife was at doing some shopping, looking for dresses and stuff, doing what girls do, looking at like women's clothes and jewelry and stuff like that. He wanders across the street, and he goes inside a bookstore. Right when he comes out of this bookstore, he looks around and he notices all the cars are from the 50s, and everybody that's walking up and down the street is dressed in 50s attire clothing. Right. Like everything was like in the 50s.
Yeah.
And then so then he ends up, I forgot what happened after that, but he ends up walking back into the bookstore. And then when he comes back out, he noticed all the 50s cars is gone. All the cars, it's back to normal. Everybody's wearing normal, up-to-date clothes. Like something about that bookstore, when he walked out of that bookstore, it was like he was instantly transported into the 50s.
Ghost
That's
broadcast.
like that Stephen King book. Stephen King book where the guy goes through a hole in the back
diner.
of this restaurant.
Yeah, the November. the date of Kennedy's assassination. Yeah.
What happened?
James Franco.
Yes. Yeah.
That sounds just like that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wow.
Now, in the realm of so ghost ships, ghost dolls, ghost broadcasts. One of my favorite characters I swear this all kind of wraps around. One of my favorite characters in all of fiction probably is a character called Danny Street from the comic book Doom Patrol. Danny Street is a gender fluid sentient street. He's a street. That's what he is. He's a street. People live there. There's stores on Danny Street. Danny Street is, again, gender non-binary, and everybody's allowed to live on Danny Street. It's a loving place. But what if there's a ghost street? What I think often about, haunted things that we've left behind as humans, these haunted artifacts, ships that are seemingly coming into port and leaving again, or coming just in view of port and bouncing back out in a ghostly manner. You have Annabelle the doll, endless haunted thing account, like artifact accounts. But who's to say maybe the glass in that motherfucking doorway isn't a haunted artifact, and sometimes you go through it and you go through the looking glass. Yeah. What if there's...
One of the cases that fascinates me the most is the story of the Orang Madong. Have you heard of that?
That sounds familiar, but catch us up.
Yes, I have. Please tell it.
The Orang Madong was, I believe, Vietnamese. It was one of the Asian countries, and I cannot for the life of me. I think it was Vietnamese. The Orang Madong was.
Wait a minute. Okay.
What was that?
I have aircraft going by at all hours. Sorry.
Oh, okay. It's all good.
Oh, continue, please. I'm sorry.
Sorry. What had happened is a Mayday call had come out, and the Mayday call, and I'm paraphrasing here, was like, "Everybody dead, stop." I don't know if it was Morse code or if it was just a Mayday call. Everybody dead, stop. I'm Captain Dead, stop. I die. And then they found the Orang Madong floating, and everybody on it was dead. Their faces were all contorted in these like horrific sort of like fear. You know, everybody's face was contorted and everybody was frozen exactly how they were, and everybody on board was dead. And there's some debunking that was done about potentially it being like a Freon leak or something. But if you can, Mark, pull it up on the internet so we can see it. But the Orang Madong is one of the most fascinating stories to me.
That is fascinating. I want to check that out. Yeah.
No shit. That's like my cave-in tunnel. Wow.
Also, I put in what do you call it? The I don't know, the Discord.
Oh, I pulled up a dude named Ray who is Madong. Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on. How do you spell it?
OURANG space MEDA.
Yeah, AN, right?
I love that you're laughing. You're giggling through it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Madong.
Like haunted items. Oh, special guest brings up a good point. What if these artifacts are egregores? Are the occult rituals have manifested energies or a concept into something that has its own vibrational space in the universe now, forever, outside of the group? Does that make sense?
Egregores typically a lot of people focusing on one thing at one time, though.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but his theory, his theory would definitely explain that broadcast I'm talking about. You know?
Yeah,
it would probably explain the broadcast, but like when you get haunted by Grandpa because you got his pocket watch and a will, I don't know if that's necessarily an egregore.
No. I don't mean that.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean not necessarily things like Annabelle either, but like you know, the houses where people say like there's Satan in my home and there's demonic situations going on, and then you find a pentagram under the floor or some weird shit. And I say weird shit, pentagrams aren't that weird, but like on the West Coast there was a strange during the Satanic Panic, amidst all of the bullshit, there were a few like turned out to be true fucking secret cults within different branches of the fucking Catholic Church out there. And
when was the Satanic Panic, man?
Oof, I forget the dates for forever. Probably still kind of going on.
For a long time.
Yeah, still kind of going on.
Now? I meant like 1500s, 1600s, 1700s.
Oh, no, I mean the modern Satanic Panic. I don't,
like 1970s to now.
Yeah, if you go back, if you go back past modern Satanic Panic, most of the time it's just people killing off specifically my gene pool. Like, it's because we're good at math and they're mad.
Wow.
But yeah,
all those Jewish beer brewer ladies making all that sweet beer money.
All that sweet beer money. Yeah.
I have an interesting thought about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a period of time where
68 to 94 says special guest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll go with that. So it was this period of time where everybody would take bad things that happened and went, "Oh, it's because they're devil worshippers."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There was that bald guy.
Hey,
what's his name?
There are a few threads of weirdness through that whole era. Michael
what's
Aquino
that famous
is one
guy who's supposed to be a Satanist guy?
Aquino?
Charles Manson.
They're talking about Mike Lucchino, the high up military guy
Yeah.
with the
No,
eyebrows.
this dude was a Satanist, and he's actually contributed to old shitty movies. His information, but I remember he's a bald guy with the goatee, and what the fuck is it? Everybody knows him when you mention it, but but he's like the Satanist guy, right?
We're talking about Anton LaVey, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about
Anton LaVey. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So that kind of thing, man. I'm familiar with all that. Yeah.
Have y'all all heard of the Mandela effect?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That that my mind when I started hearing about that.
That one pisses me off because my daughter's 17 and 25, okay? And they're telling me about, look at this, Dad, and they're showing me on YouTube these videos. And the thing is, maybe I'm old, okay, and I don't mean to be so cynical, but I didn't have the heart to tell them, like, that's bullshit, because one of the big ones that they bring up in that phenomenon was the fact that Sinbad played Kazam. Okay, Alakazam, the genie guy, right? And everybody has this mismemory of it being the comedian Sinbad. Okay, but the thing of it was, I used to rip off the posters out of the bus stop stalls because they had these huge movie posters, and I ripped off all the Batman Forevers. And on the other side it was a 2-sided frame at the bus stop. Okay, these little shelters you sit in. And all you needed was a flathead screwdriver. You pop it open, you roll up the poster, and you walk away. Okay, nobody says shit. So I collected all the Batmans, and on the other side of them, sometimes there'd be another cool one, and then sometimes it would be the one for fucking Nightmare Before Christmas, or it was Kazam. Okay, so I always knew it was the basketball dude. I never had any question. So when my kids are bringing it to me and saying, "Hey, look, the Bernstein Bears weren't always spelled the same. And people don't know why it changed. Our J.C. Penney's wasn't always spelled the same. It was spelled with an I-E-S. And I'm sorry, that's bullshit. Okay? I'm 50-some years old. I know Penny's always had the Y at the end. I know that, that who was in Kazam, okay? Because I almost took the poster. So this stuff never made any difference to me. I was like, what is this bullshit? You guys are just remembering something incorrectly, and now you're trying to say some kind of phenomenon that people are out to, change the name of the Bernstein Bears. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so strong about it.
Oh, no. The only thing that drives me crazy about that is I could have swore I remember the Monopoly guy having the monocle over his eye.
I remember it. That's how I remember it, too.
Yeah, and now they're saying he never had that over his eye. It never existed.
Yeah.
Well, here's one for you. You know Manny, Mo, and Jack, right? The Pep Boys auto supply stores. Okay. Yeah. Manny, Mo, and Jack, about the early 2000s or maybe late 90s, they decided, everybody was getting politically correct about smoking and shit. So you weren't able to smoke at the mall anymore. I used to be able to walk through the grocery store flicking ashes all over the hamburger and everything. Nobody cared. Well, they stopped that, and they got so gung-ho about it that Manny, Mo, and Jack, the three characters portrayed on the sign, one of them is smoking a cigar, and they took it away. So all the graphics after that year they took it away, you're not going to see the cigar anymore, in his mouth, right? And yet, so people might say, oh yeah, it's that Mandela effect. That definitely used to have a cigar in his mouth. What happened?
Okay, so basically what you're saying is they're just changing shit up and saying, oh, we never did that, when really they did, but they just probably took it away and changed some things.
Well, in some cases, but also in some cases, I think it's just somebody missing, they put the wrong black guy in Kazam. Okay, they made a mistake. Okay, instead of being the basketball player, they thought it was Sinbad. Okay, but I'm here to tell you, it was always Larry. Not Larry Bird, but it was always whoever played it. Magic Johnson, whatever. He was always, and Shaquille, yeah, okay.
It was
Shaq.
I even read this crazy article a couple years ago on the internet where there was a story going around that what's his name? Sinbad really did play in a cheap knockoff movie called Kazam, and supposedly he did it when he was on crack rock real bad, and he did it to get some quick dope money.
No, he actually came out and he said, I didn't make this goddamn movie. He was like super pissed off about it. And honest God, I'm one of those kids that like watched this movie, or like I thought I watched this movie back in the day. I remember this movie. And then Sinbad came out afterwards and was like, bitch, I never made this fucking movie. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Well,
He was on a drug binge and he's lying.
I'm so sorry.
He was not on the movie posters, I can assure you that.
Right.
Yeah, I can't help but play devil's advocate because I've been thinking a lot about, okay, follow me here. This could potentially mathematically explain a Mandela effect that we would perceive, right? I think a lot about what's the author, Cixin Liu, the quantum pollution, right? So everything humans inhabit, everything we occupy, we kind of leave a little bit of a pollutant behind. We leave evidence we were there. We can't help it. We can't help but take a shit.
Footprint.
Yeah, or a turd, literally a turd. I mean, we produce that puts off methane, which affects our atmosphere. You literally at this point cannot have life without there being life on the planet. It would deplete our atmosphere if life disappeared from the planet. It would fuck up. It would fuck up the planet. And I'm talking all biological life. Well,
okay.
If that affects the reality we can observe, who's to say that can't affect our quantum reality? What if what we're experiencing is a bit of our universe trying to fold in and work with what it has? A quantum greenhouse effect, if you will. We've been around for a very long time. There hasn't been a reset in a very long time for human memory. So,
but if it's a quantum greenhouse, then it's a quantum full house. You know what I mean? Like not just greenhouse, but it's everything, right?
Everything, yeah. And I mean, it is potentially, just measurable in how we exist in the universe. We leave shit behind, and it not just quantumly, that's spiritually. That's kind of ties into what we're talking about. We have more than just our physical body. So if
I'm understanding you correctly, Mark, I'm kind of getting a vibe of like those multiverses in the comics. Okay,
a little bit, yeah. A little bit. I like that as a potentiality. I like that the math plays out that way because the true nature of infinite is something that's it's unfathomable, right? And that's when people say, when I say something like I believe in a multiverse, I think what I mean is where it's infinite. Everything is potentially infinite, like a fractal, if you will. Like it.
I was thinking more along the lines of like, in some universe, Sinbad did play Kazam, and in some universe, there was a monocle on the Monopoly guy. Okay, our pennies was spelled with an IES instead of a Y. Yeah. Okay, maybe somewhere it is like that, and maybe somehow it seeps over to this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like it shifted, and now it's coming through. Two realities is combining.
Well, and that's what I kind of mean by like this greenhouse effect of like the universe is having to fold. Like you have to kind of make space the best you can and expel what doesn't work.
The thing about that to me in terms of information theory.
Oh, yes, special guest. Oh, welcome. Hello.
I was going to say the thing about that in terms of information theory is it really seems to imply that there's somehow a really limited universe that all this is having to refract into, and that we're already having to deal with this information combining instead of just expressing outward. And that's always been a thing to me that I have not understood about this particular line of reasoning.
Yes, no, because I mean it in the infinite. So think of it, it's more like an infinite web. So again, it's not greenhouse gas. Using a globular model is probably a bad analog. How do I explain it?
So would you mean that like somewhere else? Okay, going back to the comic book type of thing, somewhere else, let's say Charles Manson is a dignified, well-respected person. Okay,
well,
somewhere else.
Well,
Dude, I think he was in this universe in a different personality, but I'm going to tackle that tomorrow.
Yeah, for the sake of an analog, let's just say, look, to get to that different Charles Manson, there's going to be an uncountable amount of variations in between that sometimes are the only difference in the universe is going to be that my mustache is properly twirled, or one small hair is a little bit different, but each of those are going to be out there in between, right? So if you were to look at things linearly, just for the sake of an analog, each little bracket in between, as that stuff becomes useless, maybe it folds in.
I love this. I love this because the whole plot, okay, the whole philosophy of the original Planet of the Apes movies, the first 5, okay, it was one where Paul Williams explains it. He's an orangutan in the movie, and he explains the whole philosophy, and a human does it in another movie named Dr. Otto Hasline. He turns out to be the bad guy.
I love
but
that
he's
movie.
explaining his as a matter of fact, he ended up being Victor Newman on the Young and the Restless soap opera, and I've contacted him. He's the nicest guy. Anyway, so I'm just an Apes fan. So they explain that life is like a many laned highway, okay? And you'll have a car going down that one lane and it might crash, and another one has smooth sailing, okay? But all the cars, okay, all the potential cars in all the different lanes is your life, okay? And your life in this lane, you have no problem. In the other lane, you might have an accident. And yet another lane, your car might stall, okay? And they say that it's constantly repeating itself over and over again, but each time with these different results, and you can't control it or anything. And so, they thought maybe by going back in time before, like the Terminator philosophy.
Yep.
If you go back far enough, you can kill John Connor before he's born.
Yep.
Okay, so
you
it's
get
the same
Ricardo
thing.
Montalban at the circus, baby.
Interesting. Av, what did you have to add to this, babe?
I'm trying to see if my microphone is working.
Oh,
I hear you.
Yes.
We hear you.
I tried to chime in a couple of times, but I didn't know if it was actually going through.
Oh,
That was
sorry.
because of me walking all over you. Sorry.
When there's a full house, sometimes the latency also gets weird. So sometimes a hay will show up on different people at different times. It can get funky.
Yeah, I want to
I got Zilla my way in,
Okay, so one of the theories that I have, at least during meditation and stuff that I've noticed, is that I believe that all other timelines, realities, every potential exists right now. It's 0 point, right?
Yeah.
So I think that whatever was, whatever will be, what has ever happened, it exists right now. So it really takes very little effort to experience the past or the future because it's already happened. Now, I know this theory got a lot of holes in it, but hear me out. So I made this model one time of a cube, and the cube I strung like 100 strands of thread from each side of the cube going down, and so they kind of created this like matrices of like like a hatch, like a 3D cross hatch pattern, right? And I explained it by putting a bead right in the center. I'm like, this is you. You can go any direction you want. You can go forward, backwards, up and down, but you're going to be, encapsulated in this web, so to speak. And when it comes to, for example, like the broadcast you guys were talking about, the guy picking up that show on the TV.
Yeah.
What came to mind immediately when you were talking is that I wonder what type of solar events we were having that day, because when you get hit with a massive amount of solar energy, that can actually, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Dislodge.
The extra boost, right?
Okay.
Would temporarily raise your frequency to be able to experience another part of that matrices. That's why some people are able to, go backwards and forwards in time. I'm trying to circle back here so it makes sense.
No, I get what you're saying. It's like a reflective situation. They're able to see it and experience it because I absolutely get it. It's a prismatic kind of math that you're doing, but I like yes. No. Yeah.
The conditions were just right. Yeah.
My brain does not work linearly, and I don't make words well. It works very cyclical. So I think in a ping pong sort of deal. So stick with me. One of the things that I've experienced at least when it comes to alternate timelines, dimensions, and realities, is that if it's all happening here right now at this very moment, then potentially there's 3,600 versions of you sitting in your chair right now, and each one of them is doing a fraction different than the other one.
Yes.
So in order for you to reach that other personality or that other, version of you, you have to cycle through what one of the schools of thought believes, that in order for you to graduate, or your soul to graduate to oneness or the isness, that you have to actually cycle through every single version of everything there ever is, from all dogs, all cats, all bugs, all people, women, sex, creed, religion. And finally, when you've experienced all of it, you get to check out. So if that's true, and everything is existing all at once, that potentially means that there is a dog version of you, there's a cat version of you, there is a sea captain version of you, and right now, somewhere in time-space reality, there's a version of you who, could very well be thinking about you right now.
You know what? That's crazy that you said that, because you totally just blew my mind. Because last year, I woke up in the middle of the night and I seen this American Native Indian squatted down at the foot of my bed, and he was just staring at me, right? And I rubbed my eyes because I thought I was seeing stuff at first, and then he was still there, he wasn't going away. And 35 years of being alive, this is the first time I had actually seen a full body apparition of a spirit, right? So I was totally mind blown. And he's just sitting there just looking at me, but it was like he was looking through me, right? And okay, so that
I had a similar dream with a Native American. He's mad at me.
Yeah, I was awake and looking at him, and he was squatted down, just staring at me. Then a week later, I didn't see the Native American Indian squatted down looking at me. Dude looked like some kind of sea captain. That's crazy that you said that earlier. You said something about you could be another version of you. You could be a sea captain or whatever. This dude that I seen staring at me at the foot of my bed was tall, he's kind of stocky built. He had a mustache that's the mustaches you can see on certain cartoon characters. They're just kind of straight over, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He had a thick one of those, and he had these I could see his teeth because he was smiling at me.
Oh.
He you know how some people have big teeth?
Yeah. He had big ass teeth.
Yeah, he had big ass teeth, but they weren't really big, but they were abnormally different. He just had big teeth, and he was smiling at me. And he had this he was dressed like a person would dress if they were a captain of a sea ship. He even had the hat.
Oh man.
Now, can we be talking about reincarnation?
Can I finish the one little thought?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I said all that to say this. If that is true, right? This is completely hypothetical, but if all of that is true, then there is a 1950s version of him, and depending on our frequency, depending on the frequency of the magnetosphere or whatever, factors have to come into play to this, if we, for a brief moment in time, are able to align ourselves energetically with any one of these realities of ourselves, that means it's very possible for a moment for you to blip over into your old or new timeline, experience that, and then blip back, just because it lines up in such a way where you can pass back and forth momentarily, and that is just you slipping into you during a different time.
As it's freaking me out.
That actually makes sense.
That seems like it also smacks with reincarnation, I think. It sounds like. It's people who think they've in another life they were a king in Egypt. I find that fascinating. But there was an episode of Star Trek that dealt with people
Real quick, John, sorry to interrupt. Is someone calling out for me? Yeah. Is that Arianthe?
Oh, it was Allie.
Oh.
Come in. I'm so sorry. I hate to break everyone up here.
No, you're fine.
Look, I sent you a thing on the Discord on the I think it was town hall or something. It was a stupid little thing that that I recorded 9 years ago, and I put on YouTube. And I would love if you showed it.
Oh, word. Oh.
Because it's total ghost. I have no fucking, to this day, I have no idea what's going on.
Wow.
Hell yes.
I also put a couple of links in the YouTube chat if anybody wants to check those out. That's the FBI confirming there are other dimensions.
Gotcha. I was home alone and had no windows or doors open. Oh, shit. Okay.
What about the gateway tapes, Arianthe?
Huh?
Is that referring to the gateway tapes? Their gateway tapes?
This is the whole vault. So this is a collection of things that basically tell everyone, yes, there's other dimensions, and here's our proof.
Circle lenses.
Wow.
I got them from PinkyParadise.com.
See, what I was thinking about was the Star Trek episodes where people are moving at a different rate of speed to everybody else in the world. So, we're having this conversation, but there's another universe at the same time. Okay, and this is an episode of Star Trek, so I hate to sound so crazy, but there's some another dimension moving around us, but they're moving so much faster. They're at a different rate than we are, so that's why we never bump into them. But if you go back to that movie by the story by H.P. Lovecraft that they ended up doing, From Beyond, okay, that was kind of like they developed a machine that actually opened the portholes between the different dimensions with us, and it didn't work out so well for them. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, I could see having someone, a whole nother universe, pretty much like this one, but it's moving at a different rate of speed.
Rumor has it that was the purpose of CERN. That CERN was actually developed to be able to open those doors here and get information. And rumor has it, they have been able to send and receive information through the CERN portals.
Yes, I was going to say something about that earlier. Yes.
Wow, that's like Stargate.
Yes, there is a CERN, and they've claimed that they've done some stuff.
What is it called? A CERN?
It's called CERN, yeah.
CERN, the major, the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, CERN.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
I never heard of it.
Real quick,
Wow.
let's check out this. There's a computer that's about to turn on behind Allie. on this
Yeah,
video.
if we could watch that from the beginning, I'd be stoked.
Yeah, here, let's put this back to the beginning. Here, guys, check this out. I got this. Is it streaming still? Is my screen share still on?
Yeah, we can't hear anything though.
Okay.
In February 2010, I was trying. Yeah, okay.
I'm super embarrassed, you guys.
No.
Don't be
this
embarrassed.
Was 9 years ago. My first YouTube video.
Hey, you're fine. I'll show you some music that's probably it's something nobody would want to hear that I made 9 years ago. So there's no way. There's no
I've
way.
got plenty of that.
Yeah, there's no way you're in bad company right now. Just so you know.
No.
Like, nothing but love. I'm kind of fucking pumped to see this happen. You got a ghost story on camera.
Yeah, I love stuff like this.
I got the volume pumped on my end. It should show up on you guys if you open. You might have to click into the screen share.
Okay. All right.
Should we be hearing anything right now?
Hey YouTube, what's up?
Should now.
I'll do a quick review on my CK105 circle lenses. I got them from PinkyParadise.com. I love Pinky Paradise. I love Pinky Paradise.
Wow.
Whoa.
Rewind that. Rewind that.
I love Pinky Paradise. I love Pinky Paradise.
It sounds like a little kid saying "da da."
Pinky Paradise.
Dude, it was a little kid. It was a fucking little kid. Oh my god.
I live in Canada, and it took about a week of the bigger diameters and whatnot. I have at least 20 pairs of circle lenses, and I have never found
any of them to be uncomfortable. Found any of them to be.
Mama, what the fuck?
Dude, I swear to God,
to be.
I'm not lying.
Any
This
of them,
was not a
to be uncomfortable.
Hell yeah.
It was not a hoax. It was not anything. I literally made 4 videos that night, and 3 of the videos I deleted because they were stupid. And then the last video, I was like, "Oh, okay, I look okay in it. Let's go." And then all of a sudden, I heard it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I literally went to my brother's house that night and was like, "Jesse, what the fuck is going on?" And we put it on his I don't know, what do you call them? Big speakers. Yeah, we plugged them into them big speakers, and it was like, and we heard them, and we turned it up, and I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" It says "Mama," and it says like, "Oh my god!" Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm hearing like "Mama," and then I'm hearing "Dada." Like,
yeah.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, this was literally. I'm sorry, you guys. This was 9 years ago. 9 years ago.
I heard the Who Is That?
Yeah, let's check this out.
Yeah. There was something else.
I love Pinky Paradise.
Who is that?
I love Pinky
Or
Paradise.
maybe Dada. I hear both.
It's a fucking little kid
Yeah,
talking.
sounds like a little...
I mean, great prices, great shipping, great customer service. I live in Canada, and it took about a week.
It's this one too that gets...
Found any of them to be.
Mama, it sounds... You can
any
hear...
of them to be.
It sounds like a baby.
It's fucking. It's scary as fuck. I literally heard that night.
Any of them to be uncomfortable.
I heard that night, and I would literally slept at my brother's house that night.
What's
Whoa.
crazy is like when I hear this kid's voice, I literally get the impression that this kid's trying to get your attention. Like he's talking to you or she. But I feel like this kid was trying to get your attention.
I know, and the thing is like, and I say in the video, like this was my first YouTube video. I only made like 4 YouTube videos ever, and it was 9 years ago. I literally said, like, I don't have kids. This is not a thing. This is not me.
That I don't. Yeah.
Okay, but since you made that video, have you discovered that there anything that had gone on where you filmed that at? You know, like did a kid get killed or something there?
Not that a kid got killed there, but like before there was a whole bunch of, like I told tonight, like the fucking shadow people, like there was a whole bunch of stuff. But then afterwards this happened, and then afterwards I moved to Japan, and then in Japan I have a whole bunch of other stories. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just been it's been nonstop. Actually, if you ask me, yeah, it's been nonstop.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
That is a wild video.
That's
Hey,
yeah.
I got a question for you guys. Is there such a thing as the Slender Man?
No.
No,
That's a good
it's
movie,
yeah.
right?
However, I will say that you can create characters within your mind if you believe in them enough.
That's what
Egregores.
like I honestly feel like that if you believe in something strong enough, or if you get a lot of people around the world that actually believe something is real, then you can create it into existence.
Did anyone watch the Slender Man, like the whole thing where the 2 girls and they committed, like, it wasn't a murder, but it was like a
They tried to kill their friend to appease
they tried to
Slender
kill their
Man.
friend. Yes.
Mhm.
That thing, that was the whole Slenderman thing. Anyone saw that?
Oh yeah. I saw that documentary. Yeah. That oof. Hold on.
You know, I've seen this one movie or something where it was about Slenderman, and then at the end, Slenderman kills a cop.
Oh shit! Now he's a fugitive.
And it was showing it on the police cam footage of him getting killed when he walks out in the woods or something.
Damn.
Yeah.
You know, the wife and I rented that movie Mothman Diaries, Richard Gere, back in like
I love that movie.
something.
I love it.
And well, I'm gonna be honest. You know, I like the old classic horror movies like Frankenstein and the Wolfman. So you know, I gave it a look. You know, so we're sitting there watching it. We had the kids were with their grandparents. They were picking apples. You know, so we said, "Hell yeah, we'll have some fun." So, we did our thing and then we were watching this movie and I had rented it, and I thought it was a little dry, personally. But the wild part was, so we're watching it on the computer at the time, okay, because our DVD player wasn't working. Anyway, that really has nothing to do with it, but it's just weird that as I'm taking the disc out of the disc drive, okay, putting it back in the case, suddenly the window, we're watching our living room, the window cracks. It just cracks, like as if it got hit by a rock. Now, our apartment building was off the street, and you came around a turn, and there we were. So, there's possibly a 1,000,000 to 1 shot that a truck could have had something blow off and hit our window, but it would have been a hell of a shot. And we never knew, we heard the break, so I quickly opened the curtains, and I looked all around. I didn't see a broken window, but then I saw this crack in the window, and it was right at the end of the movie. I'm like, wow, okay. Wow. And now the wife got spooked because she's into all that stuff, and I was just like, oh, what a random thing to happen right now as we're ending a horror movie, right? But yeah, so I never knew what it was about.
I've had a lot of weird random stuff happen either during or right after watching certain movies. So it kind of makes me wonder if watching certain movies or like certain television shows, if that doesn't like open some type of portal up or open your mind up to something actually being able to come through and happen.
That is exactly why I do not watch that kind of shit anymore.
It could almost be viewed as a ritual.
Oh,
movies don't create psychos. Movies make psychos more creative.
We had a huge, what do you call it? Like a huge window. And yeah, it was after I don't want to say it was from a movie because it wasn't. It was from we bought a, what do you call it? Like one of those like Frappuccino machines. Like not Frappuccino, but you know what I mean? Like I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. No, I know because of the noise. I'm like, no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Speaks my language.
I don't know what to call it. But we bought one of those and literally did that, and then literally, I'm not even lying, it was fucking like 3 seconds after our like back door, which is a massive window, totally shattered, totally fucking just shattered. And my mother she was so angry, and I was like, Mama, you did it with your Frappuccino machine. I'm so sorry, but like she was so upset. But like it just absolutely shattered. It was insane.
Oh, just broke.
Now, this is nothing scary, but the only thing I've ever had happen like that, besides that window, and I didn't really buy what that was about. I was a little kid looking into the window of my favorite model shop. I was about 8 years old, and I'm looking in the window, and back then was when these kits I built were originally out, and they had a Spider-Man, and he's up on a railing shooting his web down on this guy called Killraven the Hunter. Okay, that was what the whole kit is, and they're not that big. So I'm standing there in the window, and I'm always like, well, I want that one and that one and that one, and as I'm staring at them, the Spider-Man just up and falls off the railing. So I walk in and I tell the guy, I said, hey, Spider-Man just fell down. He's like, oh, we'll take care of it. But, and it's probably because the sunlight had dried out the glue enough, and it, it's a logical explanation. But as a little kid, I'm like, wow. And I had just seen The Omen, so I'm wondering if I had 3 6s in my head at the time. I don't know, but it was just, it just blew my mind. I've never really had a lot of, one time when I was about 12, 13, me and some guys in my neighborhood were standing around talking. We walked into one of them's house, and as we were walking in, before we ever walked in, I was singing the lines of a song, okay? So we go inside. Now, this is easy to explain. I'm sure they played the song a lot at the time. It was a top 10, whatever. And we go in, and when he turns on the radio, it's right where I was in the song as I was singing it. That blew my mind.
Oh, shit.
I think everybody to some degree is a little bit psychic.
Yeah, 100%.
That
And
and your brain can process things on its like in the background that you're not actively thinking about it.
Yeah,
So, those sound waves might have just been reaching you from just far enough away that your brain kind of picked up on it.
Yeah.
But
that frontal lobe pattern recognition.
Yeah.
You know, the same part of your brain that can make a face out in wood grain.
Matrix.
Well, I was a little kid and I was asleep one time. I fell asleep while my mom was watching a movie, and it was the middle of the afternoon, and I was kind of bored by it, and it was like a gangster type film. Okay, I don't know what it was, don't remember. I was too young, but I woke up. All right, and I was sitting in my grandma's old recliner, and I woke up and I looked over at the screen, and it was a couple of guys confronting a guy outside of a theater. Okay, and I said, "Wow, is that movie still on?" And at the time, the guy says, "This ain't no movie, Mac." Okay, it perfect performance to my. I loved it. You know, it's like those old bits they do in sitcoms where the guy will be listening to the radio and he'll go, "Me," and the person on the radio will go, "Yes, you." You know, but it really happened. I always loved that memory, man. Yeah, I said, "Hey, is that movie still on?" It. This ain't no movie, Mac. And I was like, "Wow, okay." That was weird.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I've
only time I ever had anything like that happen. Wow. The little things that'll entertain us, I'm telling you. You know?
We're simple creatures.
There you go.
Yeah, humans are. Yeah, we're fun. We have we're fun creatures. Man, I have.
Some of us are more simple than others.
While we're kind of like while we're kind of entering the fourth, you know, we're kind of closing down the show at this point. We're about to hit the 4th hour mark, but I kind of still have a question for the Merc Mystics.
Yes, sir.
I got to know. What did you guys have any meditative practices, anything like that you did to help yourself attune to the realm of the paranormal? Because again, I can't help but think about people like special guests who open mind, willing to experience it. Is there anything you did maybe to change your vibration, change your mindset?
I want to say one of the reasons I haven't jumped in that much is, you know, I've got a very skeptical mind too. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm open-minded, but because I'm interested in a lot of these things, and especially because I'm interested in consciousness research and things like hypnotism, I've discovered a lot of things that, to my mind, could explain a lot of what we're talking about. And quite frankly, I'm not trying to be a bummer or shut down the free flow of information, which is going to mean that I'm not going to have access to ideas that I might have missed that just take my theory and pull the rug out from under it. You got me? Or my theories and pull the rug out from under it. So I want to be clear on that.
Yeah, that's why I think he's a safe space to maybe, like, I don't know. He's also somebody who I think would actually genuinely be able to understand any kind of, again, meditative practices, ritualistic practices, anything you might do to help attune yourself to the realm of the supernatural.
I just want one of you to help me stop smoking. Use some hypnosis on me.
Me too.
I am a clinical hypnotherapist and I still smoke, so
yeah.
Well,
I've heard
you know as well as me that if you don't really want to stop, if you still got an underlying issue that makes you not want to stop, you're going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I just like smoking, so
yes.
Me too. And I want to quit so badly, but I love smoking.
All right, special guest,
Well,
here we go.
So I can't drink anymore. I can't do drugs, so I got to have something, but I still want to stop smoking.
As far as you attuning yourself to the spirit world, my first suggestion, and I know this is kind of jumping in with both feet, but I do suggest that you memorize the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, that you perform it every day, at least for 7 days. At that 7 days, by the time that you are done after that 7 days of performing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, at that last 7 day at sundown, I would like you to attempt to scry. Now you can use, we talked a little bit about scrying earlier in the show, but I do think that you should sit down with either a black polished mirror or a bowl of water, whatever you've got to scry. And some people can make them. There's plenty of videos on YouTube. But do the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram every day at sundown for 7 days. This
Can I ask a favor?
What's up?
Will you send me a DM in the Discord with like full instructions on this?
I linked it to you in
just
the
because
YouTube
I'm better at reading than listening.
Okay.
And it'll help me get my thoughts organized on doing this. I want to, as a caveat, I've done work like this before when I was much younger, but it's been decades and I'm a different person.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm totally open-minded to it. I'm asking you please to write it down for me and send it to me.
I did link you the lesser banishing ritual in the YouTube chat, so if you want to grab that.
It's not just for you, it's also for anybody else who may be listening that might want to try this out as well. So that's why I'm kind of detailing it out right here.
Yeah.
So at the end of that, I want you to scry. I want you to sit down. You can find plenty of information online about how to scry, flank your candles, and I want you to call to your spirit guide and say, listen, and the one that I want you to call out to is called the teacher guide, or a master teacher to some people. And I want you to say, teacher guide, I'm calling to you on, whatever day or whatever you want to say to make it feel very comfortable and official to you, and ask for information and just sit quietly. And there's no expectations. You don't have to clear your mind or sit in silence. But what I do encourage you to do is anytime you find yourself starting to wander in your thoughts, just gently bring it back to center. However, if your thoughts begin to wander in the direction of information, follow them. That's it. Try the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. It creates a wonderful ring of energy. And let me be very clear. When you do it, also take it down. Don't just leave it up, please. Also, take it down when you're done.
Yeah.
So that's my definite, what helped me a lot when I started getting into a ritual practice. The LRBP is definitely a tool that I think is widely underutilized, and it's also improperly utilized by those who do use it.
Oh no, Angel said vibrates and raised Catholic.
Quit telling my husband these things.
Because when I tend to do this, I tend to pace on my phone. Anybody who watches me on Thursdays will see that I move around a lot. I have trouble not moving all the time,
Yeah.
I think they would call that a symptom of ADD, but whatever. In my case, though, like I have absolutely listened. I'm absolutely going to. That's not a but on.
Oh, you cut out on a special guest. Might hit that P.
Lesser banishing. No, what is exactly lesser banishing? Like, what does that actually mean?
Well, there's a few different versions. There's also the greater banishing. There's a few different rituals that are tied into different mystery schools. This just happens to be one of them.
What's supposed to happen after you do it?
You die. I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Typically, so at least in my personal use, if I know that I'm going to be doing any spirit work or ritual work, this is kind of like setting the stage almost. It's like putting up a protective circle. That you got the pagans and the Wiccans who like to call the corners and draw a circle around themselves. Well, this is very similar to that. Essentially, what it is it's.
What's the background on this ritual?
Yeah.
Like historically.
There's going to be a few different groups that are wanting
to. This way, what school would you say it belongs to?
It's mentioned in the Goetia.
Yeah, in the Goetia it's in there, but it's also, I believe, used in Crowley's work, and it's used in a lot of other things. And doesn't the Golden Dawn has a version of it, I believe?
Yes, they have a type of.
That's what I assumed you were talking about, was the Golden Dawn version. I cut out earlier. My background with this from 20 years ago, when I was still more interested in it, was more of a, during that time period especially, like a mid to late 90s take on chaos magic, which at the time, if you were one of the rare people actually the fuck on the internet compared to now, was pretty big in underground circles, and something that I went pretty deeply into. It's my first, currently I would consider my first taste of auto hypnosis that worked beyond banishing a fucking migraine.
Yeah. Again, self-improvement tools. That's another thing I find interesting about special guests, is no matter what what school the method came from. If he finds something that's a benefit for him, he applies it. And that's
absolutely, like, because, you know, functionally, even though I have my doubts about the origins of it, I currently operate within what I would refer to as an industrial information framework. I don't limit myself to that outlook, but it's the one I operate under because I'm most aware of it.
Yeah.
You know, somebody who puts the most practical spin on magic, and I can't promote this guy enough, is Damien Eccles.
Yeah.
If you really want a nuts and bolts version of magic, get onto his Patreon, because not only does he break it down into real world science shit, he also gives you the spiritual aspect. And I just, his take on things is quite awesome.
I've loosely followed that guy, and I'm super, super impressed with him. You know, I've been aware of his story since, I want to say around 96 was the first time I was made aware of it. And, you know, one, him getting out finally was amazing. And
Yes.
two, everything that he's done since then has been amazing and good to see, just as a human being, that he could deal with that level of unjust adversity and come out the other side.
Yes.
What was his name?
Damien Eccles. And his episode of The Midnight Gospel on Netflix should be required fucking viewing for anybody interested in mysticism.
Yeah, it really should.
He's fucking a phenomenal human being. No, absolutely. Damien Eccles.
I wish most of my friends from 20 years ago involved in mysticism had seen that instead of the things that got them involved first. But I also think that I come from I don't even feel like I don't know, maybe a very particular set of circumstances, but I'm betting those circumstances exist elsewhere. I'm just unaware of them.
Yeah. Well, you know, to the Wu-Tang, the Shaolin seems dangerous, man. There's a lot of. I love that the times have changed. Now people can get turned on to this realm of thinking without having to be necessarily polluted by weird, bizarre intentions by a strange echelon of people. You know what I mean? That's how it felt like it maybe started when the information first got out there in mass. Well, like the advent of the internet.
The weird thing about it to me is that so much of the stuff that I saw 20 years ago is now relatively common. And when I say stuff that I saw 20 years ago, I'm specifically talking about the shit you could purchase at Barnes & Noble. Is now very relatively common, and I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm just like, oh man, this seems like the second wave of ska, except it's Barnes and Noble magic. And I don't mean what you're saying. I mean the current cultural zeitgeist.
Oh yeah.
American dude. You know what? If you want to get into the realms of like, Peter J. Carroll and that chaos magic type stuff, yeah, I totally agree. But there is a push to normalize the occult in this day and age.
I think 100%. I personally I think that has to do with an urge to change the Western culture's view in literally and exactly the same way the Theosophical Society did 120 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's I think it, again, it ties back to episode 0 of the Tattered Map in a way, to repugnant ideology with the spread of the occult. I think there's a reason for it. You know what I mean?
That's my suspicion, which is why I'm doing that show. I think that if you've got a mechanistic utilitarian outlook, which is something I generally but not universally operate under, it makes total sense to get a bunch of fanatics with magical thinking who are willing to be your fanatics. Yeah. And everything else, real or false, doesn't matter to your goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and what I love about this is kind of me being a Robert Anton Wilson internet optimist. I love that now we can take this information, we can take their secrets, and we can take the positive benefits and move on. We can take the Shaolin style, we can mesh it with the Wu-Tang sword style, and we can become deadlier than ever, baby.
Well, I love Robert Anton Wilson, right?
Oh yeah.
But by modern standards, I'm sort of problematic because I also love Varg Vikernes. Like, I'd do my best to strangle him if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
But, like, I like bad guys, I like good guys, I like interesting people because they inform me about humanity. I like Robert Anton Wilson, but, you know, I am also of the opinion on one sense that he knew he was being destructive.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, they don't call it Discordian for no fucking reason.
No, he makes it very clear what he's teaching is a lethal martial art, if you will. Like, this is
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, the prime thing to be learned from chaos magic, from everything else, not just chaos magic, but chaos theory, the intersection there, is that if I can be chaotic at just the right time, I can subvert your plans. That's the easiest, most swing the hammer, just like blindly swing the hammer form of utilizing that anyone can pick up. If you're smart enough to know the right time to induce chaos into a situation, you can subvert the entire thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to post a video. I don't know where you want me to put it. Probably, where do you want us to post like the magic stuff?
If you want me to put it up,
just plain magic Discord room.
Okay, so I'm gonna post a video, and it's a YouTube video, and it's somebody performing a high magic ritual with scrying, and he really breaks. It's like from the 80s. He really breaks it, or 90s. I don't know. It looks super old, but if you give that a watch, it gives you a pretty decent breakdown and insight into how high magic and how that works. So I'll post it in probably the spirituality one, unless Merc has another one.
Yeah, I say go for spirituality. I've got that one pulled up.
This is just my own question here. And look, I don't put myself in boxes that much, and I'm not really trying to ask you to put yourself in a box. What school's an easy term, but what viewpoint, what ideology, what background in magic would you say you claim in terms of your fundamental understanding of the basis of a framework of how it works?
Me personally?
Yeah, no, just so I can look into it. And that's not with the idea of, I'm going to find some key critical point to undercut this.
He genuinely wants to put himself in your shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's been a long road. I started off, of course, at 12 years old with the Satanic Bible, and that kind of sent me on a long journey through Satanism, theistic Satanism, then Luciferianism, and then I fell into the Michael Ford trap and got out of there. And it really steamrolled through Hinduism for a long time, and in working with the Hindu gods and learning about the Vedas and how they actually teach how to use all of our psychic powers. And then moving through the Golden Dawn and trying to get to know the OTO and pretty much any kind of magical school I could get into, that was kind of where it led me. And now, as a person, I'm more into the whole quantum physics plus, like, it's almost science to the point of, yes, I believe there's each mystery school that you're going to go through is going to have a piece of the puzzle, and in order to put the whole puzzle together, it's like reconnecting the Shikon jewel, man. You've got to pretty much go through everything in order to put it all together. So at this point in time, I realize that the more I have learned, the less I fucking know, and I am always learning something every day. So I cannot claim any one thing, but I do lean towards the tablets and quantum physics.
Okay, so not to put you in a box, it would, I think, be not wrong to say that you are a person who's a sort of general occult synthesist who began their journey with Crowleyan Satanism.
No negative connotation attached. Like, by the way, like, he doesn't mean
no negative connotation. Right, like you began your journey there, but at this point, like, you understand that was just an entry point, and you are pretty much what I think of as a generalist occultist, which is to say, you recognize all these things are connected, and you're trying to understand what it is that connects them all.
Yes, I am an occultist. That's where I start. But as far as Crowley goes, my interest in Crowley really just goes into JPL and all of the into the conspiracy theories.
I say Crowley when I meant LaVey.
Yeah, not. Yeah,
not Thelema. You're more LaVey. Word.
Although you said you were a theistic Satanist for a minute. Do you mean like Temple of Set?
I mean, I was 12 years old and carving shit into my arms.
Word.
Okay. No, well, so
Oh, sorry, you cut out. Special guest, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So no, I like no negative connotations. But if we're being fair, then at that point you're a child trying to figure out what's obviously been hidden from you.
At that time, I was already seeing spirits. I'm a cradle medium, so I knew that the world was full of these other people and beings that nobody else could see but me. And so my whole point was to try and get them to do my bidding, to fuck with the people in my life that were fucking with me. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. So it was you had access to something that it didn't seem anyone else did, and you were trying to understand it to defend yourself.
Pretty much, yeah. I came from a pretty dark background, and that was my outlet since I had no, I guess you would call them like, people who champion on your side. I didn't have anybody like that, no advocacy. And so I tried to use magic to develop invisible advocacy. And I will tell you that children have so much more power than adults because their intentions are so pure and they're not bogged down by morality in like we are. Absolutely. So when I did magic as a 12-year-old, when I performed these rituals as a 12-year-old, I got instantaneous results. And I will tell you that the people who fucked with me in my life suffered badly. But then you get older and you realize that that balance has to be paid somewhere. And thus, I paid the price later on.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
We came from a very similar stance, I see.
Damn. That's, that makes sense, too. That children are more attuned, maybe not attuned is not the right word, a well of emotional energy is a good way to describe a child outside of even the paranormal.
Yeah, well, like she kind of said, is it's so pure. There's nothing stopping us, there's nothing that makes a child stop and go, morally, that's probably not okay.
You're the epitome, you're the visualization, the perfect analog of infinite potential.
Yeah, and no 12-year-old is sitting back going, hey, this has to balance out somewhere. Is this going to bite me in the ass later?
Yeah.
Well, no, because at that point you feel like you're owed that vengeance. You want to be vindicated. You want to be, you want justice for the wrongs that have been done to you, and so you just go for it.
Yeah. That man just
not realizing that 20 years from now you're going to be walking across your kitchen and you're going to break your foot.
Hey, look. Hey, yeah, now that I'm old, I'm like, man, to be young again. But also, it sucks being in an unlimited well of emotional potential. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. I broke my foot one time. I got drunk and climbed up on the roof of my dad's house. And
I feel like that's a hell of a lot different than I was walking across the kitchen, tripped over absolutely nothing, essentially, but knowing it was something and breaking your foot.
Yeah, you might have been asking for that one.
I jumped. I thought it would be a good idea to, instead of climbing down the way I climbed up, I thought it'd be a good idea just to jump off and land on my feet. And I guess because I was drunk at the time, I was feeling like 6 foot tall and bulletproof and
feeling like a cat.
So I jumped off the roof, landed on my feet, and my bone in my foot wasn't as strong as I thought it was.
Yeah.
Damn. Oof. All right, gang. Well, we've about hit the 4-hour mark. Thank you guys for being with me.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, of course.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
I do have a question before we go, something to leave out on.
Hell yes.
Do you guys believe in reincarnation?
I'm gonna let everybody else go
because
first.
I was told when I was a teenager, I went to this rando psychic in Fayetteville. I don't know if you remember this. She was she was right before you get to Dixon, whenever you're going down school. Do you remember that?
Passages. I know the one.
So I went to her one time and she told me that in my past life, I died of a drug overdose. And I was like, okay, cool. I mean, I don't feel that way, but you're probably right.
I want to believe in reincarnation because when I was younger, I used to have night terrors. And as I got older, I found out that the night terrors that I was suffering from was basically I was remembering how I died in my past life, and nightmares, I was being crushed to death, and so I went to get my hair cut not long ago, and the woman cutting my hair is like some kind of psychic or whatever, and she actually told me, like, this is what's crazy is I didn't even tell her any of this. She actually told me in my past life I died from being crushed to death. But if you do your research, a long time ago they actually used to kill people that way by crushing them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So and
I've never
past life and stuff.
And the last words that you heard were more weight.
Oh God.
Probably.
I've never seen indication of it, but my mom was a firm believer and pretty well. No, that's not true. Like, my mom was a firm believer and pretty well convinced me. I'll put it that way. She used to have dreams about being a Confederate soldier in a past life, right?
Wow.
And it was a recurring dream, and she ends up chased down into a cellar underneath a barn, like a root cellar, right? So where I'm from, Columbus, Mississippi, has the most antebellum homes in the South still. They weren't burned because Nathan Bedford Forrest basically was able to repel the Union troops. So at one point, she's like 40, 50 miles out of town, and she's with, I think our friend Becky. I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And they're touring around this one house because she's just looking for places to photograph, right? Because she's an art major. And she goes in this barn and is like, oh shit, I've been here before. This is the barn from my dreams. Is talking to the lady. She's like, can we look down in the root cellar? And she's like, there's no root cellar here. And my mom, dead ass, walks over to where it's at and starts kicking under it and uncovers it.
Wow. That's wild. That is wild. That's awesome.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I think there's at least a potential there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know I'm really good at throwing a fork in things, but hear me out.
Yeah.
There's been a few times, even in this timeline, and this really fucked me up, that I know I would put money on it, that I have died, right? And I remember the accident. I remember hydroplaning on the freeway. I remember slamming into the wall, and I remember dying. And a blink of an eye later, I'm back on the freeway headed home. And I think a few times this has happened where I have died in this time reality or that time reality, and they get immediately respawned at the last save point and continue on my path. And therefore, me and my friend were in the car and we both remember it. We both remember dying. And we were sitting around a fire one time and we were talking about when we died in the car and how the people that were sitting at the fire with us at that time were probably in that other reality planning our funerals or crying or remembering us, and to wonder if we were actually ghosts sitting at that very fire with our friends talking about us after we had died. And this is not the first time that's happened, but that's the first time that I had somebody die with me and remember it, all of it.
I want so badly to talk more with you about this because my husband and I have done this on road trips before, where it's that we remember dying.
Wow.
And we'll have the same thought at the same time, and he'll be like, you know, it'd be fucking crazy if we just went off the road and hit a tree and died. And I'm like, funny, just thinking the same thing.
That's kind of how it works. It was in a blink where we know what would happen. We remember the whole thing, and then we're back on the road. The interesting thing is if that's true, can you imagine how many times we've died in this one timeline?
How many times? Yeah.
Do we ever really get to check out, or does this just keep repeating forever and fucking ever, and life just goes on infinitely?
Like, do I actually get old and die and call it, or does this just keep going?
So some of the people who died may have just crossed over in a different reality, and they're in a different reality.
Yep, that's what we were saying. Wow. Is that our friends are probably right now.
That's one explanation for the Mandela effect.
That would be an explanation for the Mandela effect, but I have done this many, many times.
Wow, that would be an explanation for the Mandela.
Well, yeah, but you might not be aware of how many times the angle of a single hair in Jacob's mustache has changed.
Right.
Exactly.
That brings me back to the original point where I think that if you're looking through history at the Mayan calendar and whatnot, and we talk about 2012, which coincidentally fires up when CERN was around, that they say that that vibrational reality that we were living in was destroyed, and then everybody shifted, and it has gotten progressively shittier since that time. So they're saying that the whole world shifted timelines at once, and this is the new shit.
So I absolutely have a theory related to that that's astoundingly mundane and on the spy trip, and I know Jake's trying to get out of here.
Oh, you're good, baby. We can run long. We can run long.
Like it would take a while. It would take a while, but if you are interested, like, ask me about it tomorrow, and I'm sure we can derail the show tomorrow, because tomorrow's show's on the Process Church, and I can talk about that all day long anyway.
Fuck yes.
But for real, like, if you want to hear as a sidebar sometime my theory on how Mandela effect has been specifically weaponized, regardless of whether or not it has a quantum physics root, like, got a whole damn thing on that.
Yeah.
What's do we have any idea on what tomorrow's show is going to be about?
It's Conspiracy Thursday, baby, followed by the Tattered Map. Yeah, baby, it's Conspiracy Day tomorrow.
I'm into it.
So I need Stanody on deck to hit that Alex Jones button, boop, as much as he can on me, because I want to go deep into it. I have no plan for the morning shift conspiracy cast. I wanted to do just a broad let's talk conspiracies. I want to hear your favorite
What time
conspiracy.
are you starting tomorrow?
Not as early as I normally do. I don't know. It's your time.
Me and Angel are both off, so we were thinking about just dropping by in the morning.
Oh, right on. I mean, I'll probably start 7:30ish, maybe 8ish.
Okay, so hey, what if yeah, I don't want you to have to leave the stream, so we'll figure it out.
Hell yeah. I'll actually just hang out in Discord and we'll just hook up and I'll start when you guys get here if you guys are planning on coming in the morning.
Works for me.
Hell yeah. But yeah, no, we're gonna go deep into it's Conspiracy Thursday, baby. And hey, guys, we had our first successful paranormal fucking Wednesday. But I'm not about to wrap the show. I want to hear more about reincarnation. Erica, what's your opinion? Oh, if you're with us.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Reincarnation. I don't know. I love hearing stories about it, and I love hearing people like recall their past lives, especially like children that remember a past life. So I definitely
yeah, I love hearing stuff like that.
Yeah, pretty cool. Like especially that little boy with the Titanic. That one's awesome.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear the little boy that remembered his past life, and he actually got in his mom and dad's car, and he actually gave them directions to where he was buried at, and like he actually walked them to the cemetery when they got to the state that they drove this kid to, and he actually walked up to the grave and pointed, "That's where I'm buried," and he pointed down at the grave side.
Oh, shit.
Had the name on the tombstone of the person that he went around for months claiming to be.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, it was. Probably find something about it on the internet. They did like a TV show about it in a documentary too.
Oh,
but
man.
That was wild.
It's fucking nuts. Justin, are you with us? What do you believe in reincarnation?
Some days.
Yeah, I'm about there too. I guess no. I do hold a firm kind of. I believe in reincarnation.
I believe there is some form of afterlife where you may or may not stay, and if you don't stay, there's got to be some kind of cycle where we end up here. There's too many recollections of it throughout history that makes me think there has to be something there.
Yeah, I like keeping a knife in my teeth too much to stay away. I think is probably my biggest problem as a as an out of body spirit. You know what I mean? Like I believe in reincarnation in a way, but only because I also have made connections with people where I feel like it's not the first time. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, yeah, no, we've been doing this for a while, and maybe there's always a genetic tie, but there's times where I've met, because of the beauty of the internet, had deep conversations and made lifelong friends with people that are on a different side of the planet, you know?
I often correlate that too with like deja vu.
Mm-hmm. And there's an
Sometimes
actual mental phenomenon.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've definitely had that experience, but I don't know why I'm having it, but I know this.
Oh, all the
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm just like, it blows my mind because I'm like, what is going on here? I feel like when I have it, I feel like I'm like whenever I have deja vu, whatever I'm doing, I feel like I've already done it. Like I've already been in this time, this world, and I've already done what I'm doing now. Like it's weird. I feel like I'm in a replay.
Mm-hmm. And there is like a hot wiring of the short-term memory that they say they've caught that can cause that. But here's the thing: there's times where I've met people where we know specific details about each other in a way it has to be. There's a dear friend of mine who's now with us on Twitch and in the Discord. Full Metal. We have had a shared dream. Like, I swear I astral projected in a dream, and I felt him there. He was there. Wow. And the next, like, I woke up to him calling me, like, that was nuts. Like, what the fuck? You know?
I almost brought this up earlier. Mark, I don't know if you remember this, but I sure fucking do. When we were in junior high, and were we in junior high? What fucking grade were we in? Where you came to school one day, and I was like, hey, I kicked your ass at that game of cards last night. And like, we had played cards in a dream. Do you remember that?
Yes, we've had shared dreams with you. It fucks me up. And I lucid dream, so I remember my fucking dreams. I'm active in them. Like, yeah. Yes, I know. Yes, you. And it's so hard for me to discern because I'm like, that's my filed away Arianthe. You know what I mean?
That happens with psychedelics as well. People who trip psychedelics together will have shared hallucinations.
Well, I've had that happen.
Oh, like microdosing too?
Yeah,
you guys ever looked into that?
Oh yeah, I've done that. It's nice. I'd prefer to take just like a little chunk of a mushroom chocolate instead of an antidepressant for sure. Like I think it's a more valid like dosage.
I can remember some times when we did that and everyone was seeing, describing, or experiencing the same thing, which is weird if you think about it because our brains are so different. Yet we took the same, we'll just say substance, and we're definitely on the same wavelength. And I was just like, is this real life?
Yeah. Chief
Some
and I have
monkey experiment stuff.
Yes, shared consciousness, a collective consciousness. Chief and I have had both have had experiences where we've had group hallucinations with groups as big as 20 fucking people. Like, well, I've honestly had a shared hallucination with a whole fucking festival crowd. Like where we're all like, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? And it's we're all, but we all have our heads full of, I was at the time a chemical waste dump. If you were to like run a toxicology on me, they'd be like, how the fuck's this guy alive?
Hey guys, I gotta jump off of here. It was great chatting with y'all. You guys have a great day.
You have a good one. Yeah, hey, too hyped to wipe. No, D, absolutely. He's been there too, man. Hey, the trees at fucking Schwagstock one time, we all had a shared hallucination. The three of us, that the trees were goddamn entities that were fucking grooving with us, dude. That shit can happen. Fucking group hallucinations are wild. But
have y'all heard of the tree people?
That I read some Tolkien, baby.
Are we talking the Fae? Are we talking forest spirits? Are we talking Green Man? What are we talking?
Like they're called tree people. They're these like beings that live in the trees.
Oh, like fairies and shit.
And they can like blend in with the trees. Like they almost look human, but they're not. They're like
Where are you from, baby?
who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I live in Virginia.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
but,
we're trying to get a cryptid read on you.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah, I'm also looking through my notes. Like, wait.
Yeah, apparently they've been a lot of them have been sighted in Alaska too.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, personally, I've never seen any tree people, but I watched a documentary on it one time, and this lady was telling her story about how she lives in Alaska and she used to see them all the time.
Yeah,
But-
I was trying to figure out if you were talking like Pukwudgie, Goblin, Troll.
Right. I'm not really for sure what they look like because I've never seen one, but I was just watching this documentary on this lady telling her story about how she's seen them and she lived in Alaska. But then again, see, I don't know if it's real or not because I also hear people that smoke a lot of meth see tree people. So I don't
They
know
sure
if
do. I was about to bring that up. I was like, that's actually a common methamphetamine hallucination. My father has stared at the trees and been like, "There's motherfucking people in them." One time he sicked one of our dogs after some tree people, and that dog brought back like an animal.
Yeah.
It was like, the fuck.
Yeah, Justin would probably be able to help me here because I'm trying to run through my repertoire of things that live in the trees in Virginia.
Right.
Well, I wrote down Virginia tree people, and then I wrote down meth ? And then I wrote down the wild and wonderful whites ? Now I know that's West Virginia, right? But
Pukwudgie ?
yeah, maybe. All right, gang. I do got to roll her on out though now. Fucking thank you guys so much.
Thank you for having us, and thank everybody for being here. Anybody who's in chat or who's in voice that is not in the YouTube, if you want to hop on over there for me and hit the like button, I'll love you forever.
Oh yeah, that like button helps us with algorithmic love, baby. Help us raise a sword to any I guess people who hate ghosts. Last Wednesday also got hit with dislikes. It was weird. I don't know if this one did.
Really, how do you hate ghosts?
Rhythm.
It was, what was that? Oh,
Someone said
appease the spirit of the
appease the great spirits of the algorithm. Yes, please. It's that is our overlord.
To appeal to the algorithm gods.
Yeah, I believe in whatever the fuck TOS allows, I guess. That's but I love you guys. Yeah, please hit that like button. Thank you, Arianthe. And thank you guys. Everybody drop links to your everything in the link your everything text chat and Discord today. Everybody that's been on the show, even people that are listening to this and have hopped off the show, link it in there so everybody knows where to go. Like, this is the plug page. Come plug.
Let me support you.
Yeah,
I want to. I'll buy
plug
your shit.
Let me press that subscribe button. Let me press that bell. I'll do that. That's you guys probably saw me do that live on air to the video that Allie sent. So yeah, I'm following Pinky now. I found your old channel. You said it was old, but
Now we all know, Allie.
I'm gonna give it
My
live.
channel, Curly JK. That's my channel.
Curly. Oh, your Curly shit.
Yeah, he's curly.
I
I have
cannot.
a Bigfoot story I wanted to hear, but we'll save it.
Y'all with your double names, man. You got to find a name and stick with it, baby. I'm kidding. I got all kinds of gamer tags.
I just use my name everywhere. I'm really easy to find.
Yeah, I've started using Merc Radio everywhere, but before this, nah, it's fucking impossible to find me.
All right. Well, I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, talk to you later, Erica. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna pop on out of Discord for a bit. I'm gonna eat some lunch. I'll probably pop back into Discord, mill around about a swing shift, see if anybody's still around.
All right.
And I'll catch you guys on the flippy floppy.
Alrighty. See you, buddy.
Oh, yeah,
Bye,
later.
guys.
And all of you out there listening, man, link in description if you want to get in on the Discord. You can be on the show just like everybody. I'm hella envious of everybody who's been on here and then they get off and say like, ooh, I was so nervous. I hope I did okay. You did great, and that's such a good feeling to have. I hope you guys all have the best of feelings when you're on the show. Hey, goodbye, Debbie. Goodbye, Stanody. Stanody, I love you. Thank you for hanging out. Stanody, I know you didn't have many ghost stories, but that's okay, bud. Hopefully we've maybe learned a way to be a little more open to ghosts if you're into it. You know? I'm interested in particular in this 7-day lesser banishing ritual. That was interesting as hell. Always a pleasure to have Az and Arianthea, particularly when they get together, man. That's and Erica in there too. We get this. I love my Merc Mystics crew. I love everybody that's interested in the spirituality page. Anyway, I love you guys. Like, share, and subscribe.